Sometimes you just gotta take a moment and chill. Anyway, today we're gonna smooch dragons. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. I'm Salsa. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing Angels with Scaly Wings again for the first time in a while. Hopefully everything all transferred over correctly. Steam Cloud saves, please be my savior during these trying times. If not, I will have to like spend a couple minutes with a BRB screen because I know exactly what files I need, but I'm not nervous at all. Anyway, yay. Why are you doing the things that you are currently doing, desktop? Yeah. I actually have the game open in the background, so, surprise, it's here. Dragon Smooch Simulator. I don't know why those JPEGs are so crusty when everything else is just, like, perfectly fine. Just so tiny. Yay! Cool. Alright. Katsuhara is here, we're safe. So, last we left off, actually, I don't remember, but we talked to Katsuhara, actually, let's see what our status is with everyone. We're pretty good with everything that we've been going at, doing stuff with, yeah. So, hopefully I get to smooch at least one dragon? Question mark? I don't know. I awoke with my eyes fixed on the ceiling wallpaper. A sense of dread lingered from a nightmare I no longer remembered. How many more times would I see this apartment before I return to my own world? Or before something happened to me? Pray that it's the first one. Take a sip. I got ready for the day and tried to shake off those thoughts. Not long. Hey, Salsa. And right on the minute. You show up at this time every day like clockwork. Clocks are reliable, and reliable is good in this line of work. I've got something for you. An envelope from the facility. Oh, these are the results from the tests Anna ran on my blood. She must have sent this before she was... No, it's no use thinking about that now. Maybe the test results will be able to help us. Remarkable similarities in genetic makeup, particularly the brain structure. Oh, I suppose this isn't the only reason you're here. The chief will explain everything once we get there. Let's not keep him waiting, shall we? That's right. Anna got fucking murked. I forgot. One smooch candidate down. We arrived at a place that would look like an ordinary house had it not been for its extraordinary size. It reminded me more of a hostel than a family home. I don't like that it's playing the sinister music right now. I'm noting that it's playing the sinister music right now. Also, it says that the... Wait a minute, I'm just now... Hey, are you... Uh-oh. Yeah, I see that the game's not grabbing properly. Well, properties. Yes, capture a very specific window. Angels with Scaly Wings. Maybe refresh that. Is it not? Okay. Well, the good news is, this is something that we can go back. And anyway. Hey, look, it's the actual stream now. I love technical issues. I love technical issues. I awoke with my eyes fixed on the ceiling wallpaper. A sense of dread lingered from a nightmare I no longer remembered. How many more times would I see this apartment before I returned to my own world? Or before something happened to me? I got ready for the day and tried to shake off those thoughts. I don't know why I stopped on the, like, setup screen, but OBS had a moment to shake it back awake, but hey, here we are. Hey, Salsa. And right on the minute. You show up at this time every day like clockwork. Clocks are reliable, and reliable is good in this kind of line of work. I got something for you. An envelope from the facility. These are results from the tests Anna ran on my blood. She must have sent this before she was murdered. No, it's no use thinking about that now. Maybe the test results will be able to help us. Remarkable similarities in genetic makeup, particularly the brain structure. Actually, I think this is important. We're talking about wholly reptilian creatures that are similar in genetic makeup to mammalian humans, particularly the brain structure. Big think. Oh, I suppose this isn't the only reason you're here. Chief will explain everything once we get there. Let's not keep him waiting, shall we? It's not. We arrived at a place that would look like an ordinary house, had it not been for its extraordinary size. It reminded me more of a hostel than a family home. Chief? There you are. Wait, weren't you supposed to be with Emra? Luckily, she doesn't work every day of the week. I see. Anyway, we're nearly done here, so I'll keep it short. Reza broke into the hatchery. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. He's messing with the kids. That is off limits. Bruh. There's another murder victim. An employee of the hatchery who was on night duty. Her body was found quite away from here. There's evidence of a struggle, but she covered a lot of distance before it was ultimately over. Loud bangs were heard from the area where her body was found, and she has numerous wounds consistent with both the wounds of the previous victims and that other weapon he has. By this point, news of another corpse didn't have the same impact anymore. He was just another of one of Ray's faceless victims. A hatchery? Is that what this building is? Well, not only. It's a council-owned building, and they like keeping everything related to their sector under the same roof. So besides the hatchery, there's also an orphanage and a family clinic inside. There are also offices related to the administration of those services. He went after the kids and also the intel? Oh, that reminds me of the production facility. It should. They have a similar management structure. Can we get back to the case? Sorry for the interruption, Chief. Wait a minute. If an orphanage is in there too... There are no other casualties, but Reza got something else when he broke in. A generator, as well as a few eggs. Fuck. You are not making this easy for us, dude. You are not the good guy here. Luckily, the power is restored before anything happened to all the other eggs left inside. But needless to say, the parents of the stolen eggs are not going to be happy. Why would he steal eggs in the first place? Maybe you can tell us. That's why you're here, after all. I don't know. I have no idea what he would even do with them. Maybe he wants to use them as bargaining chip. After all, he still has to make his escape, and the portal's still broken. Do you think he wants to exchange them for safe passage through the portal? Maybe. It's still broken, though, so I'm not sure if that would be much help. Maybe he has the part needed to repair it, and now he has everything he needs to escape. He could trade the eggs for safe passage, fix the portal, and leave. That's not the only possibility. He may not be the one who broke the portal. Maybe he thinks you've intentionally sabotaged it so he can't leave, and he feels he needs the eggs as a bargaining chip to get you to repair it. If he just wanted to leave, I feel like he could have done that already. It doesn't even matter who sabotaged the portal. We only know that Reza's actions are becoming more and more desperate. Yeah, no fucking shit. He's starting to use his gun. I'm gonna take a fucking guess and say that he only came here with a limited amount of ammunition. He kidnapped defenseless eggs, and even used the human weapon. Something's clearly going on with him. Maybe that it means he'll slip up soon. Who knows? Maybe he already has. In any case, we're done here. Let's head back to the department and decide what to do next. Hopefully some of the test results will tell us something. After a brief walk, we were in Bryce's office again. Initial test results had already come in, but it didn't reveal any insightful or new information.
So what do we do now? Go over the timeline again?
Not yet. There are a few things I'd like to take care of first. What do you have in mind? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. That was someone fucking banging at the door. That was like a full-size dragon, like, putting their head against the door, like, leaning back, and then fucking battering ram that shit. That wasn't knocking, that was a goddamn... Full-size dragon indeed. Hello, Maverick! Maverick, what are you doing here? Chief, can I talk to you? Alone? We're quite busy here, Maverick. What's this about?
Reza.
Well, you're looking at the Reza task force, so if anything to say, you can say it in front of all of us.
I see. I think I know where Reza is.
You know where Reza is at this very moment?
I have good reason to believe that I've located his hideout. He could still be there, or he might have already moved on.
Damn, Maverick, tell me everything.
I've been tracking him for a while now. When he was at the portal a few days ago, I nearly got him and managed to follow him for a while before I lost him. Based on that, where he's been and where his victims have been found, I could triangulate his whereabouts. He has to live somewhere, right? He needs a base to hide the generators and everything he has stolen.
Bryce cleared the clutter on a table and smoothed out a map of the town on its surface. It already had a few locations related to the case marked on it. Show it to me. Prior victims were found here, here. Today's was here. She was following him, likely because she wanted to save the eggs he stole. This is the path he took from the portal when I followed him a few days ago. He's established this as Zare's operation. Extrapolate it and we can narrow it down to this. Now, where could he be hiding in this area? He's certainly not within the village borders, so unless he's decided to live in the wilderness or in a hole in the ground, the only option is here. Hey, I'm actually willing to bet that he's waiting in a hole in the ground. Didn't they say that there was an underground facility underneath the portal? Just a fucking guess. Very odd choice of phrasing. I'm going to put all of my chips on hole in the ground. The abandoned farm. When did you figure all this out?
Just a few minutes ago. When I did, I immediately came here.
Damn it, Maverick, this might be it.
Should we send an observation team?
As if we had one to spare. Heck, we're going there now. What about you, Maverick?
Still on sick leave, remember?
Besides, if I saw Reza right now, I'd probably do something I shouldn't. How about you, Salsa? Isn't this gonna be dangerous? Reza probably won't harm you, as you're the only one who could possibly consider an ally.
Good point. If anything, with you there, we might be able to convince him to give up. Or we could act like we intend to trade you for the eggs if he tries to use them as a bargaining chip.
You're not really gonna use me as ransom, right?
We'll see about that.
I'm trying to help you guys. Don't use me as a ransom payment, please. I feel like that's the bare fucking minimum. I suppose if it's necessary, I'll have to play along. I've got your back. If there's one thing we could do to make this whole situation even worse, it would be messing up with you. Oh god, yeah.
We have the element of surprise walking into his base right now, but we risk Razor lashing out with his weapon. If we want to resolve this peacefully, observation is probably the way to go.
Guess we don't need Salsa there for that, though.
True enough.
Alright, Salsa. You wait here and wait for further instructions. May need you at a moment's notice. Don't do anything without us telling you to do. Understand? Okay. Alright then, let's go, Sebastian.
After you, Chief.
And Maverick, good job.
Thanks, Chief.
Oh, Maverick turned to okay. I was about to say, putting me and Maverick in the same room and expecting us to play nice for all of 20 seconds is probably going to be a bad idea. As in, Maverick's not going to play nice, but you know. Shortly after they vanished, Maverick also turned to leave. Then I had to wait. Bryce and Sebastian were observing the farm now, and if anything new happened, I would be the first to know. I spent some time looking around Bryce's office, studying all the material he had gathered about the case, though there wasn't any information that I didn't already know. After a few hours, the telephone in his office rang, and I'm not sure whether the call was intended for me or Bryce. I picked up. Hello? I am Job. Salsa? Yeah? I think you need to come here. I'll give you the directions. No problem. Uh-oh, not stinky. Probably just, like, normal. There you are. So what happened? A whole lot of nothing. There was no movement to or from the building in the time we've been watching. He usually operates during the night, so maybe it's just asleep? In that case, it would be best to go in before he has a chance to make his escape. Or maybe he's not even in there anymore. He could have seen us and slipped away unnoticed, with plenty of time to destroy the evidence while we've been waiting here. You're right. Either he's still inside, or he's already gone and not coming back. Let's go in. What should I do? You're coming with me. Sebastian, you walk around and watch the back of the building just in case he tries to escape. I'm on it, Chief. I go in, and you stay here, alright? What are you even here for, then? You're our insurance. If Reza tries to flee and sees you, it might throw him off. You might be able to stop him. Or if we get into a standoff, I can tell him you're here as well. I just don't want you to come inside when it could become dangerous. No. This is human problems. Let humans solve this. Let me go in first. Why? Maybe I can talk to him and we can figure things out. I don't think he wants to kill me, so even if it doesn't work out, Sebastian and you will still be nearby to catch him. I'll be right behind you then, but do be careful. We slowly made our way to the front door. I took a deep breath and tried to prepare myself for the possibility of finding Reza. The tense scenarios and things I could say to him rushed through my head as I pressed down on the door handle. The door inched open with a creak, but I noticed a slight resistance and a strange sound that suddenly made me hesitate. Door trapped. Door's trapped! When I looked down to the source of the noise, I saw a taut wire through the gap in the door, hovering over the floor of the entryway. It was a pretty close call, you know. Too bad Reza wasn't here after all. Maybe he ran when he saw us approach. Strange for him to leave everything behind, though. Everything is still... Wait, what? They don't even tell me what kind of trap it is. They're like, and we got everything. We got all the infants out of the burning building. It's a shame that the arsonist wasn't there, though. Am I reading this right? Maybe he ran when he saw us approach. Strange for him to leave everything behind, though. Everything is stolen. All the generators are still here. Do you think the trap was for us in particular? Probably not. It's likely more of a general safety precaution. If he had any time to prepare for this, he would have taken the stuff with him. True enough. I had no idea you could make a bomb out of a generator. Then you just haven't been with us long enough. If you know how, it's not even that complicated. And Reza somehow figured it out? Apparently so. Does he have any skills pertaining to engineering or electricity? Well, he's worked on cars before and fixes a lot of things back home. Guess that would qualify? He could also have done his own research. Either way, this makes him even more dangerous. At least we now have a whole building's worth of clues. Holy shit! He made a bomb! Cool that they're telling me all this. I mean... I know it's a visual novel and not a movie, but the phrase show don't tell should still mean something, you know? You know? Anyway. Okay, I just wanted to check that I was actually, you know, tweeted that I'm doing this. Salsa, can you get to your apartment from here? We'll be busy with the scene for a while. No problem. I'll leave you to your work then. Good job, Salsa. You know, defusing that bomb off camera. Standard human work, I guess. Thanks. I don't know if I should be drinking during this game. I'm surprised you called me back so quickly. How's the investigate? I didn't even get to fucking sit in my apartment and, like, what? Look at the clock or, like, sit down for lunch. No, I'm just, like, back at the police station. What the fuck? It feels like there's a lot of time skipping going on here.
The investigation is going swimmingly, but as you can expect, we need all the help we can get.
As usual.
With how this case has been going, we've realized we must employ external help.
Oh?
Yeah, we've requested assistance from one of the cities. We hope they'll send some good investigators our way soon.
I see.
We were so close today. He could have been in there, you know? Maybe we just came a few minutes too late. And if he knows how to make bombs from generators, who's to say he won't start using them elsewhere?
At least he doesn't have any right now, does he? You said all the generators that were stolen are now accounted for.
True. Still, this whole case is growing to be too much for a small-town police department.
I hope you get all the help you need.
Me too. But right now, you can help us again.
What do you have for me?
When we searched the building, we found more than the things Reza stole. We also found this bloody bandage.
Do you think that's his?
That's what we need to find out. But given all that we know, it probably is.
So he's wounded.
We know he was injured during the fight with his first victim, but whether this is from the same wound or something else, I'm not so sure. In any case, you could bring it into the lab for us to find out more.
Sure.
Next, we have a witness who reported hearing loud bangs during the night. We'd like to send someone to make a follow-up visit. You need to confirm the witness statement and then see if he has anything new to share. And also, now that we've reclaimed your PDAs, we're going to send one to the archives for analysis. Since they have experience with human artifacts, they're better suited to do it than any of our departments.
No problem.
And lastly, we have the eggs. It's a relief that we found them unharmed in the building. They're safe and ready to be sent back to the hatchery.
Shouldn't we take care of those first?
It's not as urgent as you might think. Our eggs are pretty resilient. Being in the care of the hatchery is more an insurance than a requirement. Some people choose to keep it in their own home until they hatch, rather than having the hatchery take care of it. The hatchery has been notified, but they won't be able to send someone for a few hours. I've heard that they're really understaffed. If you bring the eggs and the paperwork to them, you'd speed up the process, but it's not an urgent matter.
I see.
In any case, I'll just leave everything here until I get to it, so feel free to do these tasks as you wish. I know it's laughable that we don't even have a free hand for simple errands.
Don't worry about it.
By the way, are you planning to attend the summer festival?
Should I? It's hard to think about something fun when I'm wrapped up in this investigation.
For sure. It's important to take short rests so you don't lose your head. There's so much to see at the festival, particularly the big fireworks.
Dragons enjoy fireworks too? I would think something like that would feel so commonplace. Commonplace, since many of you breathe fire.
It's not quite the same. We still appreciate the wonder of colorful bursts in the sky. On the last day, there's always a big fireworks show. Everyone usually attends it.
Everyone?
Yes, it has a great tradition behind it. What peeves me most is that I'll be on guard duty when it happens this year, so I probably won't be able to see a thing.
I'll be sure not to miss it then.
Anyways, I should get back to the investigation now.
Summer festival? That almost sounds like a cutoff date. My impeccable has played any visual novel before. A foreshadowed cutoff date. Cool. I keep right-clicking! I need to...
Good luck, Salsa.
You too. I need to stop. Let's take the PDAs to the library. Doesn't look like Remy is here. Damn! Just the dragon I was hoping to see. Excuse me. Can I help you? Do you know where the audio section is? I'm looking for some sheet music. Sorry, I have no idea. I don't even work here. Don't worry about it. The staff all seem to be hiding somewhere. Anyway, have a good day. You too. Maybe Remy's somewhere in the back or in his office. Hello?
You know, this section is usually for staff only.
I'm just looking for Remy. I'm supposed to drop off his PDA.
Well, he's not working today. Apparently, he has other engagements. If you need to find him, you can probably do so at his home.
Can I just leave the PDA here?
Oh, I'm not gonna take responsibility for this if it gets lost. If you want to drop it off, go find him.
Okay.
By the way, I hope you do not take it personally that I tried to send you away. To be honest, I am glad that you're still here. Remember, I said that I believed you when you told me your side of the story.
Yeah, that's right. She tried to have us removed from Dragon Society because the other human Reza is a piece of work.
I always have to do what is in the public's best interest. So, and now they will not blame me if you have any connection with Reza. I hope you can understand that. Here is Remy's address in case you need it.
Thank you. In case you haven't oh my god! He's got a fancy-ass place, holy shit! On a librarian's salary? Bro! Oh, hello, Salsa. What are you doing here? I just came by to give you this. Sorry at the library, but Emma refused to let me drop it off there. I see. Hey, it's one of your PDAs. I told you one would find its way to me eventually. Yeah, and now you can look at all the human knowledge you want. You have no idea how much I'm looking forward to that. I may not be working today, but I'm still going to check it out as soon as possible. I'm just gonna leave you to it then. Nerd. Thanks. Enjoy. Rest in my apartment. Ah, yes, the weenie option. We're actually gonna go visit the witness. Witness that saw a gunshot. Huh. Eastern Noodle Dragon. But, like, standing up. I like it. Need a bit of a drink. Can I help you? You must be Ipsum, is that right? Sure. Wait a minute. There's a Lorem and an Ipsum? Right? Yeah. Lorem and then Ipsum. I'm working with the police and hope you can answer a few questions. Because I responded to your call for witnesses about last night, right? Yes. Alright, what do you want to know? Can you tell me what happened? Sure. Was running an experiment in my home laboratory and waiting for it to finish. Around 2 a.m. I suddenly hear a few bangs outside. They remind me of small explosions. Sounded like they were coming from just around the corner. I see. Did nothing about this seem unusual to you? Oh, really? I know I've caused a few similar disturbances with my experiments before. If someone else decided to take up home experimentation, they certainly have my approval. Experiments? With fucking gunpowder? Is there not regulations around that? With people that can breathe fucking fire? Like, one wrong hiccup and the house goes up. Probably taking another house with it in a fire. 'Cause, you know, explosion. I wasn't in any position to abandon the experiment that was running at the time, or so it could have had a similar outcome. Thank you. I think that'll be all. No problem. I got the done! Thanks for all your help. I'll take care of the remaining tasks so you can take the rest of the day off. I'm sure you have things to do other than helping the police department. It's no problem, really. My trip to your world wasn't supposed to be a vacation. Alright then. I'll see you next time. See you. After this fateful day, I was glad to finally have some sort of respite. I wandered into the kitchen as I considered tonight's dinner. Should I cook something or order out? When I returned to the living room, I suddenly found my strength leaving me and collapsed to the floor. It was like, oh yeah. Video game was like, hey, here's a very obvious choice within choices seem to be important visual novel. Next fucking line, you pass out without making a choice. Ah, my favorite. Weird experimentation basement. The next thing I saw was a blurry stone ceiling. As my eyesight slowly returned, I managed to sit up. I was in a cave, and before me stood a familiar, mysterious face. I apologize for the violence, but I can assure you it was the easiest way. Oh, did someone, like, basically, like, conk me over the head? Where am I? Is this your hideout? Just a temporary accommodation so we can be undisturbed for this meeting. Someone else used to live here until recently. Do you know who I am? Well, you're not Reza. Good. What did it take for you to figure that out? Literally just hearing your voice, dude. Since you're not whispering anymore, I can hear it clearly in your voice. I had a feeling that you couldn't be him since the first time we met, though. Which first time are you talking about? The generator in the cellar. You pushed me. Which first time are you talking about? Which first time are you talking about? What? Odd choice of phrasing. I see. You can call me the administrator. No other humans are supposed to be here, though. I assume that's why you're wearing the mask? You don't want to be recognized? That is correct. Whoever you are, you also saved my life. On more than one occasion. Your presence here doesn't make any sense. You couldn't have come through the portal. The dragons would have noticed. This is where you're wrong. My arrival through the portal is what led the dragons to discover it in the first place. Is that so? When I crawled out from the hole in the earth that hid the portal, there were no guards to discover me. My appearance exposed the portal, but the dragons didn't know it was there yet. So you arrived even before Reza. That makes you the actual first human to come to this world. That is more true than you might think. Just who are you, then? I may have arrived through the portal like you, but my story is very different. Well, then fucking spill it, bitch! Oh, next dialogue option. Next dialogue line, spill it. Before the fall of humanity, I was an engineer. I was part of a team that was formed to create bioweapons. Our task was to create these bioweapons in a country where the development hadn't yet been regulated or outlawed. These weapons were planned to be a low-cost alternative for poor countries to wage war, so they could no longer have to rely on expensive drones and machines for warfare. I was to set up the lab where bioweapon development would take place. It was a clandestine operation set to be in the middle of the wilderness. The laboratory was an independent research and living unit, and provided everything we needed without having to rely on external resources or even an existing power grid. So you're saying you had generators? Everything was to be teleported right into the middle of nowhere with no traces or paper trail to follow, so international communities and law enforcement would have no idea of our operations. Our only connection to the outside world after setup would have been a two-way portal to our headquarters, who would provide everything we needed. While we could already teleport individual people, teleporting a whole building was another matter entirely. Our solution was matter compression technology, incredibly expensive, but operating in the gray market was also very lucrative. The technology behind it was much more complicated than even teleportation, despite being based on it. Spatial warping, probably. God fucking hell. Well, teleportation works by utilizing black holes with a beginning and end. That's called a wormhole. Compression technology relies on a loop, keeping matter in a sort of limbo state until the loop is broken. Working with black holes was very complicated to begin with, but the shape required much more finesse, and thus was much more expensive. I was to be sent alone to set up the lab and the portal, so the rest of the team could arrive safely. In case you didn't know, it is possible to use a portal to send someone to a previously defined endpoint. Therefore, it is not required to have a portal at the destination to be sent there. But as you can imagine, this is also very dangerous. A single variable off by a fraction could mean the difference between landing safely at your destination and smothering in space. Of course, my employer did not want anything like that to happen. Not necessarily for my own sake, but because of all the unfathomably expensive equipment I had with me. My boss didn't give a shit about me. It was all the expensive shit I had on my tool belt. Regardless, something went wrong anyway. Despite all their checks and safeguards, they could only minimize the risk so much. Even if the risk is a fraction of a fraction, sometimes you are just that unlucky. And sometimes it turns out that your bad luck is a blessing in disguise. I arrived safely somewhere in the jungles of Earth, yet it was not the destination that had been planned. I knew something was off, but nevertheless I set to work immediately. At the very least, I could prepare the building. I would have shelter, and then I could begin preparations for our project. Getting the portal into working order could take more time, as it was a complicated process that could take several weeks. If things had gone wrong as I suspected, I would at least be able to establish contact with headquarters after the portal had been set up, and I would be able to return. While teleporting the lab to the wrong location was certainly a costly mistake, I was still lucky to have my life. Before long, I discovered the truth about the place I had arrived. While I was still on Earth, it was not the Earth I knew. It was the Earth of 65 million years ago. We knew that by utilizing black holes for teleportation, time travel was a theoretical possibility. It was something even my company didn't dare to attempt, though, as teleportation in itself was still a very new technology. Yet here I was, 65 million years in the past, with a research station all to myself. The company would revel in the opportunity to study and profit from all the different life forms I could see. Wait a fucking minute. Bioweaponry, long-distant past, lurking danger. Oh no. I think I've already put all the pieces together. So I'm gonna take a crapshoot and say the dragons are human DNA with dinosaur DNA and the DNA scrundler that they made the bioweapons with. The dragons could even be the bioweapons, but Reza knows that something's wrong and that there's a really big danger looming, and that's why he's getting so desperate. It's the meteor that killed the dinosaurs. It's gonna come down and literally everything's gonna go sky high. If I also have my if I also have the stakes right on my what am I thinking? If I also have my idea of the stakes right, it's gonna come down right on our small town. It's gonna wipe the dragons, quote unquote, off the record. All of society is gonna get wiped out, and it's got 65 million years for all of the civilization and shit to just erode into nothing. Dust. They just become part of the fossil record. Revel in the opportunity to study and profit from all the different life forms I could see, if only they knew about them. I spent the few weeks setting up the portal as planned, yet when I started to re-establish my contact with my employer, I was met with silence. Despite the time discrepancy, the portal should have been able to find my companies in the present. For a black hole, sending something through time is no different than sending something through space. However, when we built the portals, we gave them a specialized configuration. It was only possible to travel through space by aligning them across the time axis. English? That meant that I, in the past, would still be able to search for portals in the present to connect with. My counterparts in the present, though, would not be able to find me in the past even if they tried. But I couldn't find them, not a single one. Even after checking the portal for its function, I determined that for all intents and purposes, the portal from the company should have been there to connect with. It was then that I had a terrible realization. The portals in the present didn't exist anymore, or were no longer operational. Maybe the blunder of teleporting the lab caused them to reconsider the risks of using this technology. After all, it was already controversial and had been outlawed in several countries. I wouldn't have been surprised if they decided to cut their losses, but it was highly unlikely that they would have immediately shut down every single portal and left me stranded without notice. Portal technology was still being relied on in several places in the present. Not to mention the fact that you could, theoretically speaking, fast forward to any point. You could have searched for a portal at the very moment that you left. Like, straight up. In my mind, only one possibility remained: super weapons. Various nations have been using them as a bargaining chip for some time. I didn't think the threats had become that serious, but one of them must have launched their weapon and destroyed the majority of Earth. It could have been a result of a malfunction, or perhaps this political situation had escalated. Either way, it was not possible for me to establish any means of communication to find out what had really happened. I could have sent myself back into the present with the right coordinates, but this was a risky endeavor, and I also had to ask myself if it was a present I wanted to return to. I was sure that if anything was even left of our world, the aftermath, or a possible retaliatory strike would take care of the rest. In the end, I had to realize that whichever present did exist was likely not one that was worth returning to. It made my decision all the easier. Instead of returning to destroyed civilization, I saw an opportunity. Rather than creating bioweapons, I would use the lab to create a new civilization, shaped by my own ideals. I had all the necessary data and the most modern methods and machines at my fingertips. Besides, most of the processes had already been automated. In the end, I still used the lab for what it had been created for, fusing human and animal DNA to create beings that were mostly animal, but possessed a greater intelligence that allowed them to learn whatever we wanted them to. Ah. So, yeah, you made the dragons. Alright, got that one. As I didn't have any animal samples sent with me when I initially arrived, I collected them from the sources available to me. Automated processes mixed the DNA further across the samples. New abilities were added, like enhanced armor, flight, and spit weapons to make the new creatures more effective in combat. Fire breath. The result was a number of different species, each tailored and optimized to fill a specific role in a war situation. Honestly, it's surprising. Hormones allowed me to speed up their growth, and with the lab's learning program, they could be educated in whatever manner I saw fit. My first concern was self-sufficiency. They needed the kind of knowledge that would enable them to come together as their own independent society. Luckily, the AI that automated all the processes in the lab was more than helpful. I unleashed the first generation of my creation, and as their leader, founded our first village. Oh. Oh shit, that's why they have stories about humans, because there was one that created dragon civilization. There we go. I thought we could really pull it off, and once I saw that they could survive without my guidance and also govern themselves, I knew my plan was a success. When I realized this new Sunu society would eventually be destroyed, I told myself that I would do anything that I could to save it. Destroyed? What are you talking about? Haven't you realized where we are? No, I want you to rephrase that, administrator. Haven't you realized when we are? Like, also, admittedly, you just told us. The Chizulub asteroid is headed for us. With a diameter of over 10 kilometers, its impact will create humongous clouds of dust, throwing Earth into a literal dark age. Actually, wait, hold on. I'm probably gonna... I'm probably gonna stumble over the pronunciation of this word several times, so I just want to make sure. Yeah, I spelled that correct.
Pronounce it? Chicxulub.
Chicxulub. Chicxulub. They will block out the sunlight for over a year, killing off many species of plants that rely on photosynthesis to survive. As a result, animals that eat those plants will also vanish, as will those who sought sustenance from those herbivores. Society will collapse because there's no food. All in all, 75% of all species will vanish, and in terrestrial ecosystems, all animals heavier than a single kilogram will die. That would be 2.2 pounds, in case you didn't know. American scrubs. It will be the end of everyone who lives here. Every single dragon you have seen. Unless we do something. We? What am I supposed to do? Do you not wish to save them? I came here to help humanity. Now you tell me that this society, this whole world, is also on the brink of extinction? That is the truth. What kind of difference could a single person like me even make to save it? Right now, it's also a single person that presents its greatest threat. Reza? How? In order to stop the comet, we will need as much power as possible. We reclaimed all the generators he stole. Besides, how could a few of them be enough to make a difference for something like this? Don't forget that Reza is still out there looking for more. The truth is, I don't know if all the generators we could gather would ever be enough. We only require enough power to divert the comet's path during a crucial moment. But even if this plan is possible, we will need every single generator we can get. So my goal hasn't changed. I just need to find Reza. Yes, but you'll need my help, and maybe the help of others. You know that Reza is dangerous, and with his gun, he has a clear advantage. Don't think that he wouldn't hesitate to kill you if you were in his way. I have actually thought that. Thank you for telling me. Then what shall we do? Do you know where he is? No, but I think you'll find him soon enough, and you can count on my support when that happens. I see. There's still one thing that doesn't make sense. There's one thing that still doesn't make sense to me, though. The dragons have myths about you, but they don't know or remember you. They haven't seen any humans for who knows how long. How much time could have passed since you created them and now? How many generations could it take to forget? Why isn't there proof of your existence? I don't know exactly how long it's been myself. When I realized what time period I was in and that my creation was about to be wiped out in the future, I wanted to go to that future and see what they had become. Oh. So you jumped forward. Oh. I disabled the portal's time axis safeguards, and thus enabled it to connect with others in different times. This also included that very same portal in the future. With the generator of our lab being able to supply the portal with power for an indefinite amount of time, I was able to travel to any point in the future I wanted to. The entry and end point of the black hole would be the same place in the same portal, with the way traveled being just along the time axis. Actually, I'm gonna say no, because I'm salsa science time. Earth is moving through space. There is one thing that we have that is the closest thing to the, like, static sheet of paper of the universe, and that is the cosmic background microwave radiation, which is essentially the microwave echo of the Big Bang. And compared to that, the Earth and the sun that it's orbiting are going fucking ham-bug fucking nuts. We are zipping all over the place compared to that background, and we don't even know that that background is technically stationary. But it's the closest thing we have. So, technically speaking, yes, you are moving in both space and time. It is still technically the same entity across space and time, but it is a moving entity, like you walking across the room 3 feet over the course of 3 seconds. Admittedly, that is a slow fucking pace, but you get the point. Me explaining the science to the fucking, explaining the science to the visual novel that's trying to, like, use it to explain. No, you're wrong, you're... They're not black holes if it's just if it's going from one place to another, it's wormholes. Since I can now search for any connection points in any time period, I could look from my own portal in the future and pinpoint the moment its signal stopped. The comet. Exactly. I found that specific point in time and traveled to a future that was as close to that event as I could safely manage. After I arrived here, my escape from the portal's hiding place led to its discovery by the dragons. It and the laboratory were unearthed. I still don't understand how our portal found yours, or why we ended up arriving at this particular time period. The portal you found was no doubt one of my company's. That must have been connected before, so the corresponding data for that connection already existed when you found it. I'm not sure if that could bypass the anti-time travel safeguards, though. Was it completely operational when you found it? No, it took a little bit of tinkering. Probably jumping the hardware safeguard in the process. Now, consider that connected portals travel along this time axis together. The data for their beginning and end points are adjusted automatically. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to transport anything from one place in the world to another without also sending it through time. Since these two portals must have been connected at some point, the corresponding data for that connection between these two portals already exists. Wait, hold on. Connected portals travel along the time axis together. So if you got a start and an end point that's 1 week apart, they're gonna change. They're always gonna be a week apart. Data for their beginning and end points are adjusted automatically. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to transport anything from one place in the world to another without also sending it through time. I mean... I'd rather have pizza the moment I order it and the payment goes through, but sure. Since these two portals must have been connected at some point, the corresponding data for the connection between those two portals already existed. When using the same connection without changing any of the data, this would mean that despite the time discrepancy between those two portals, time still progressed linearly for them. I'm not sure I understand. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand either. Let me try to rephrase that. The portal you found in my own shared connection. However, the connection is locked to a certain place, which is wherever the portal is at that very moment. It is not connected to a specific point in time. For us, and the physical machines that are the portals, time passes linearly, and we can't do anything about that. However, for the black holes, this isn't the case. Just as their entry and end points can be in different places, they can also be in different time. Yeah, I get that. In order to not send something through time when we just want to transport something from one portal to another, the portals are anchored together in such a way that the time data is automatically synchronized. Okay. How do you get over relativistic time? I mean, that's probably not a problem considering that both the start and the end point are on the same blue ball going at the same speed, relatively speaking. So the relatively cancels out on both ends. But it still feels like very pseudoscience-y. Essentially, that means this, ever since you arrived in this world, the same amount of time that has passed for you has also passed in the place where you came from. Despite being in different time periods, time still passes linearly on both sides of the portal. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for you to send messages back and forth to each other. If they were not synchronized, the portals on both sides would not stay connected not only to a single point in space, but also to a single point in time, thus making proper two-way communication impossible. However, this is only possible through the connection that has already been forged. If you wanted to, we could use our portal to send you back to your own time period, but to a moment before Reza even arrived here. But that would mean there would be two of me, right? Wouldn't that cause a time paradox? I can only tell you that it would work. No one has studied time travel before, though, so if there are any consequences, then I'm not sure of them. Most likely, an entirely new timeline would be created. There would be a timeline without us all together, and then the new one, there would be two of you. This is becoming way too complicated. I apologize. To come back to your original question, I'm not sure how much time passed between the time I left in my newborn society and now. Since the portal was not designed for time travel, I have no way of knowing how the variables translated to our perception of time. Okay. It could have been thousands or even millions of years. How could the portal or even its power source still be operational after all this time? The portal receives its power from the generator in the lab. These units were fitted with the absolute best technology we had to offer. It was designed to provide sustainable power completely independently from any already existing network or power lines. It gains energy from many sources. Sun rays, Earth's heat and movement, just to name a few. Keep in mind it had to power a whole laboratory and research station, while also providing the energy required for all its inhabitants and the associated energy expenditures. Taking its power from Earth itself, a generator like this could continue providing power to the lab indefinitely. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen a single dinosaur since I arrived? Oh my fucking god, you idiot. You've been smooching them the whole time! It seems that the Dragon Society expanded over the whole continent. Many still hunt there on their own for sustenance, and as such, the original species they were based on have mostly vanished, as in direct competition ours proved to be far superior. Yeah, okay, admittedly, giving something that big the power of flight and the scales of a tank and fire breath, yeah. I've probably taken measure against having big predators roam their cities and villages. Yet while the dragon population has increased tremendously, I found that by and large their society as whole has not changed much. Is that why everything here looks like it was made for humans? I suppose so. The learning program I initially used gave them knowledge about things and how to create them. Yet of course those were only human inventions and designs. Did then everyone stop to think that they should adjust how certain things look? A lot of the furniture and objects I've seen look very impractical for a dragon. No fucking shit. I was surprised at that too, but I have an explanation for this phenomenon. Don't forget that their genome was designed by an AI program to make them into effective bioweapons. The idea was to have them indoctrinated at a young age. After reaching adolescence, their learning capacity would be greatly diminished. This resulted in subjects that would stay loyal and be unlikely to change their desired behaviors. Instincts also play a role. I imagine they are very much at odds with their learned behavior. Instincts in animals never change, and instinctual behaviors will always be there. If a given trait has been programmed into their genome as an instinct, it is not very likely to change, even through numerous generations. We can see the result of this here. While I initially made them learn a certain set of values and knowledge, I have found that the expression of those ideas has hardly changed. And after I was gone, each new generation learned from its elders, and much of the initial knowledge and information was retained through all this time. Okay, I'm gonna call bullshit on that. Information, entropy is a very real thing. Also, you know, we've proven that they, that they remix up their DNA every so often. It's called sexual reproduction. It's how the eggs happened, I'm assuming. I don't know. Their genome as a whole did change, however, which was unavoidable over time. If they had been used as bioweapons as intended, there would have been nothing more than an army of identical clones. While I can see subtle changes in behaviors as a result, some traits are still very much present in them. They are content with what they have and don't strive for more. They don't innovate or change, so technological breakthroughs or new inventions are a rarity. It's quite the opposite, really. They very much value tradition and their ways, which have not changed much in all these years. I see. So how much time do we even have left to stop the comet? In a few weeks, the comet will pass the moon, and its gravity field will point the comet's trajectory toward Earth. This is when we need to be ready. A few weeks? You're telling me I have how much time in-game? If we strike then, we only need to minimally affect its path in order for the comet to pass Earth safely. It won't be enough time for the inhabitants of this world to prepare. Fraser steals our greatest assets. So it's all about raising the generators, isn't it? Indeed. By the way, I fixed the portal in case we need to use it. Did you break it to prevent me from being sent away? No, that wasn't me. Razor better not use it to escape. Trust me, the portal is our greatest asset. I have programmed it with emergency coordinates. If you should find yourself in a hopeless situation and feel there is no other way out, go to the portal. I made sure only you will be able to use them. I'll keep that in mind. So what's your plan? What do we do now? I will resume my work and you will continue yours. Find Razor. The administrator turned to leave. Wait, what's with all the secrecy? Why are you still wearing that mask? Why don't we pool our resources together and you show me your hideout? Don't you think it would be better if you were completely frank with me? No, not now. A second later, the figure had already vanished into the darkness outside. When I followed, I realized I wasn't sure how to get back to my apartment. Surrounded by trees and the blanket of night, it was hard to make out where I stood. After wandering through the underbrush, I realized that the lights on the horizon had to be coming from the village, and made my way back. I returned to my apartment without much trouble. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to see how much time had passed. You got knocked the fuck out and drug out into the wilderness, buddy. You had to walk back. That'll take at least 5 hours. All of that exposition took another 3. Not having anything left to do for the day, I soon fell into a deep slumber. Stop right-clicking. God fucking damn it. Seems there's nothing for me to do this morning. I guess they don't need me at the police department. Not that I mind. I want to meet with a dean. I want to smooch the wyvern. This should be the right address.
I'm coming. Oh, it's you. I was expecting someone else. You're a little early.
Yeah, I didn't know how long it would take me to get here. Better early than late, right?
You know, I'm glad they decided not to send you away after all.
Me too.
Oh? Papu?
And who might that be?
This is Emily. She's one of the kids I work with.
Hello, Emily.
Say hi, Emily. Hello? I just have to bring her back to the orphanage real quick. Feel free to make yourself at home in the meantime, okay?
Sure. I sincerely hope. You met Emily! Yay! She looks a little bit scared. Why do they have a TV? This is where you live at, Adine. Small but cozy.
I'm back.
That was quick.
Being able to fly does have its perks, you know.
Wait, you flew her back?
Well, I am a delivery flyer.
She doesn't get scared or anything?
Not at all. She's such a brave little girl.
So what exactly is it you do back at the orphanage?
I'm a volunteer. Help them out with whatever they need, and sometimes take care of the kids. They only have so many social workers. The ratio is about 1 social worker for every 10 children, so it's good for the kids to spend some time one-on-one with someone they know. I guess you could almost call it babysitting, but for the kids, we basically become foster parents. The older they get, the less likely they are to be adopted. She might be too old to be considered soon.
I'd adopt her if I could.
I'm afraid it's not that easy, and the actual numbers of adoptions aren't very promising either. I'm worried about what will happen to her if she doesn't find a family. We will still take care of her, of course, but it's not quite the same as having parents. I'd adopt her myself, but I don't think I could take care of her properly. Not as a single parent with my packed work schedule.
I mean, I'm here. I could make you the not single parent.
I still volunteer as often as I can, because if I don't, who will? Someone needs to be there for those kids.
That's very nice of you.
Thanks, but for me, it's not about being nice. I always feel obligated to help, you know? Anyway, let's talk about something less depressing.
Like what?
Let me think. I just remembered that someone died here recently.
Let's talk about a less depressing subject. Death! Here? Someone died here recently? Here in your apartment?
Not here, silly. It's close enough, though. Barely a block from here.
Right, the murder of the maintenance guy. I remember that.
Wait, it was murder? I didn't know that. I thought it was an accident or something. It's terrible.
Sorry for mentioning it.
Finding the first victim was already bad enough for me. I have to hear there was another murder in town. I wish I could get some good news for once.
I'm a good smoocher. Don't just focus on the bad things. It's no use lamenting something you can't change.
Sorry, Salsa. I guess it should be more positive. It's not just not always easy, you know?
Maybe you'll get some good news soon.
I hope so. That reminds me.
Wow.
That reminds me. I've got something I wanted to try on you.
Oh, try on me?
It's nothing too dramatic. I read this magazine the other day and found a few interesting articles about, you know, human-dragon relationships. I mean, I know you guys didn't have the snout, but this kissing...
Using her partial hands, she held up a magazine to show me its cover. A rather bold-looking female was presented on the front, adorned with trinkets like rings and jewels. Various headlines gave me a idea of the content within. Reminded me a lot of the typical gossip magazines back home. Oh, fuck! She's been reading People. She's been reading the tabloids. Lifestyle, the magazine for modern people.
This issue even came with a set of fortune cards.
I'm sure they're qualified to determine my fate. With articles like 5 steps to get the partner of your dreams, I'm sure they're qualified to determine my fate.
Come on, it'll be fun.
If you say so.
What should we look at first?
You decide.
Alright, let's see. This article talks about dreams and what they mean. Have you read any strange or recurring dreams lately?
I've been dreaming of fire.
Fire? That's interesting. Apparently it's a rather common symbol that can be in a variety of things.
No, I think it just means fire.
Another thing to consider is the significance of the symbol to the dreamer. So, what does fire mean to you? Fire can be destructive, but also wild and passionate. It can represent an issue or problem you can no longer ignore, similar to an actual fire breaking out. It also mentions prophetic dreams, but let's hope the yours don't fall into that category.
Considering I've been dreaming about fire for a while and I just got told that it's gonna come down in a great big ball and turn everything you love into ash and cinders, that's certainly not prophetic. I doubt. Dude!
Phew.
What about your dreams?
Kind of feels like they're different every night. Most of them are nonsense, but sometimes I dream of people I used to know.
Somebody that you knew.
What do you make of all this?
I don't know.
Even the article concludes that scientists haven't figured out exactly why we dream. It's a big mystery. Alright, let's move on.
Oh, I thought you meant moving on from the magazine.
Don't be such a sourpuss. There's some interesting stuff in here.
I'll reserve judgment on that.
That's probably for the best.
What's next?
Personality test. Didn't you always want to know what kind of relationship would suit you?
I love every single moment of, like, every single dialogue option that's like, yeah, this magazine's absolute trash. Like, yeah, those things are absolute trash. What are you interested in? Throwing this thing in the garbage can. What kind of relationship do you want? Relationship between this magazine or the trash can? It's like current topic, magazine, trash can. Put all 3 ingredients in a blender, hit blitz it. I already know what I want in a relationship.
In that case, we'll find out if what you think about yourself is true. Okay, first question. In a relationship, which role do you take?
I prefer to take the reins.
Is that so? Moving on to the next question.
Wait, aren't you going to answer the questions too?
I'll take the test after you do. I don't want to keep track of both our scores at once.
All right.
What's your favorite dessert?
That is actually the question that I want to ask. Chocolate cream cake, lemon ice cream with sprinkles, coconut souffle, red hot chili cookies. Okay, my brain is looking at these and the relationship and the fact that this is visual novel. And I'm thinking, all right, chocolate cream cake, lemon ice cream with sprinkles, red hot chili cookies, coconut souffle. I don't know, that's just like the thing I like. I'm saying lemon ice cream with sprinkles because that's genuinely like I would have that more than anything else there. Chocolate cream cake is number 2.
That's unusual, but sounds really interesting. I'd love to try some. What is your dream job?
Oh, fuck. Honestly, I think I'd rather be stay-at-home parent. With a farmer?
I'm with you on that one, but does that really qualify as a job?
Are you questioning the almighty magazine?
Forget I said anything.
How many more questions are there?
That's all of them. Now to look up the results. It says here the results are outlined in the weight loss booklet that came with the magazine, but I threw that away.
Guess we'll never find out what kind of relationship would suit me.
Yeah, how else would you know?
There's no other way. I'll be at a loss for the rest of my life.
But now we get to the best part, the fortune cards.
That's what I was looking forward to. I genuinely think that these things might actually have weight because the game, the status, it actually has like cards within the context of the game. So they might connect to the meta narrative.
Me too.
How is that supposed to work anyway? I mean, they're just cards. How can they predict the future?
Apparently there are different schools of thought regarding the use of fortune-telling cards. The cards themselves don't know anything, they're just a tool. So the information actually comes from somewhere else.
But where, though? The reader, or interpreter, or the person actually, like, messing with the cards? I think it's referring to tarot cards, and all of the, like, meta-narrative cards resemble tarot cards, specifically the trumps, the trump cards in tarot, but they don't actually look like they're, actual tarot cards. I mean, loss could be death. Passion, the lovers, yeah? Superstition, I mean, okay. It kind of looks like the magician, actually. But essentially, if you haven't played with tarot, there's like 13 trump cards, and essentially it's like the journey of a person throughout their life and like them coming to the realization that they are a part of the world, and not only are they in control of their own fate, but also it's complicated and also a lot of metaphor, and also created about 500 years ago, and like I said previously in the stream, information entropy, yay.
One interpretation is that it's our subconscious who gives the answers that we seek. Similar to how dreams can be interpreted, the interpretation of the cards is very dependent on the person itself and the symbols they recognize in the cards' images.
Also very tarot.
We recognize images that are relevant to our lives, and that gives us an idea about ourselves and our current problems.
Yeah, tarot is mostly self-reflection. And also, I'm going to say, in defense of tarot, there's a card called Death. That death is not like, you are going to die in 7 days. It's more a closing of door, change is coming, that sort of thing.
That's just the most grounded interpretation out there. People usually associate something more paranormal with fortune cards.
Yeah, also tarot.
One of the explanations is that the cards are our way to communicate with a higher being, a paranormal entity that knows more than we do and can give us subtle nudges using the cards.
And who would that be?
The explanations range from ghosts to angelic beings. One even involved humans.
Really?
Yeah, people could say you could communicate with humans this way. Then there was also something they called higher self.
Higher self? How come you know so much about this?
Because I read the article about it.
Oh,
Okay, what should I draw for you?
why don't I get to be the one who's reading the fortune?
Because I paid for this magazine, so the cards are mine.
That's fair enough. What are my options?
I could read your past, present, or future. What's it gonna be?
Present.
Let's see what it says about the present. According to this, understanding our present situation is paramount to understanding the future, as what we do now influences that the future will become our present.
Way to explain linear time travel, a video game.
This is interesting.
What does it mean?
Crossroads are ahead of you. Be wary of your decisions, for the consequences may be dire. Careful actions may have rewarding results, but carelessness could have consequences reaching further than you might think. At least that's what the description says. What's your opinion on this?
This is very generic. You know that it's intentionally vague so everyone feels like it applies to them, right?
Well, you can't exactly really expect a great amount of detail from a one-card reading.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the reason.
I guess that's everything the magazine has to offer.
It ain't even do multiple card reading. Usually, okay, tarot. You usually pull a minimum of 3 cards out. And it is past, present, future. So it is, this is recent past, your current present, and then near future. Certainly was interesting.
Guess that means you had fun then?
Let's call it that. Yeah, that's how I feel IRL too.
So, do you have anything interesting going on at the moment? Can't imagine what ambassador life is like.
It's been busy. I thought this whole thing would go by quicker and without any mishaps, but now it seems like there's always something happening.
Oh, really? Like you're in a video game and there needs to be constant tension despite the fact that it's supposed to be a relaxing life simulator about life living with dragons, which in the wait.
Yeah, I figured I'd come here, do the exchange, and leave again, but apparently it's not that easy.
It never is.
You speak like you've had experience as an ambassador.
Well, no, but doing deliveries is similar. People order something, I fly to them, we exchange the product for payment, and then I go back. It's basically the same thing.
Yeah, sure.
But things always go wrong. For example, imagine you have 2 deliveries to make them the first one goes smoothly, okay?
I'm imagining it very hard right now.
So you get to destination the second delivery, and they actually check what you're handing them. It turns out you mixed up the orders, but you already delivered the first one.
That's certainly not a pleasant situation to be in.
Now you have to go back to the first family you delivered to, who by now have probably noticed that they got the wrong delivery, and exchange what you gave them for what they actually ordered.
Right.
But it turns out that they didn't mind the mix-up. As a matter of fact, they already started eating what they got instead. So it's not so bad that they aren't angry, but now you can't exchange the orders anymore, so you have to fly back to the restaurant and get the second order remade.
Happens all the time.
As a result, the people waiting for the second order do get angry because their order has to be remade and delivered all over again.
And the plot thickens.
They complain and, of course, get their meal comped. The restaurant can no longer sell that first order you still have, so the orders for both families are deducted from your paycheck and you eating nothing but ramen all week again, just so you can make rent this month.
That is unfortunate.
And that's why you always double check your orders, because even a small mistake can have consequences reaching further than you think.
Sometimes we just have to learn the hard way.
I guess so.
Anyway, what else have you been up to recently?
Do you remember the stunt flying competition I told you about?
Of course. I assume your participation is a given by now?
Actually, I'm not so sure about that. I mailed the application earlier today, so hopefully it will arrive by the deadline. Or maybe I should just fly it over myself, while showing off a few moves, that is.
You should fly over anyway to make sure you get in. It'd be a shame if you couldn't enter because of a technicality.
Yeah, I really should drop by. By the way, could you do me a favor?
That depends on the favor, I suppose.
It's kind of a long story, but there's something I need. You know some people at the police station, right?
Yes.
I think they're in possession of a map related to an underground building they found.
I've heard about that.
That's great. Maybe you can get them to hand it over? It doesn't even have to be a real thing. A copy would be just fine.
Adine, you're a flyer. What are you gonna do underground? In a human laboratory? What do you even need it for? Yeah, no shit.
Let's just say I'm interested in doing a little investigation of the place myself.
What's so special about it?
It's supposed to be a remnant of an earlier civilization, or maybe even something created by humans. Who wouldn't be interested in that?
An actual human in front of you is not enough?
If I had you all to myself, it might be enough, but since your stay is only temporary, I'll need some other human-related things to keep me busy.
I mean, I'm not busy all day. We could cuddle, you know? We could cuddle and smooch. Those wings look soft and warm. I'm just saying. I'm not crying into my orange Fanta, Adeline. You are. Adeline, you are. How do I even ask for something like that?
You could always say that humanity is interested in it.
Honestly, they probably would be.
Could you ask them for me? Please?
I can try. I won't promise anything, but I will certainly try.
Thank you. That means a lot to me.
I didn't know you were into archaeology.
I wouldn't care as much if it turned out to just be some old building. The whole thing about it being made by humans is what's really interesting.
What's that?
Well, the myths wouldn't be very mythical if that was the case. We'd have proof.
And that so shortly after finding out that humans are in fact real.
Yes, what a time to be alive!
So you believe in all that stuff?
Belief isn't the right word when you're standing right in front of me, you know. That alone is a miracle. I'm excited all over again just thinking about it.
Speaking of which, all this excitement made me lose track of the time.
Is it that late already? Actually, I have places to be, especially if I want to make sure my contest application arrives on time.
Guess I should be going then, huh?
For now, at least. I certainly wouldn't mind if you stopped by again sometime.
Will there be any magazines involved?
Actually, that magazine doesn't come out that often, so we wouldn't have anything new from them. I could get a different one if you wanted to, though.
Don't bother.
If you say so. Anyway, I really have to go, so I'll see you around.
Hot lady dragon leaves you alone in her apartment, ASMR. I would make a very perverted sniff her panties joke, but one, I don't actually subscribe to that kink model. Thank you very much. And two, she wears only goggles. Tagged headgear only. You know what? I like being pampered. Let's meet up with Lorem.
There you are. Come in.
Sure.
Honestly, I can't believe you agreed to do this again.
Don't mention it.
Now that I've had a chance to work through everything from last time, we can do some real work.
Sounds great.
I did a staggering amount of research on mythical humans. Here, let me show you some of the stuff I found.
Oh no. Sat down at a coffee table. Lorem opened up a laptop and started to type away. Oh, that's actually game sounds. I was like, wait a minute, is my computer going off the fucking hook? I'm like, Seeing the laptop brought back memories. In our world, they'd become obsolete a long time ago. Bro, you saw a laptop last fucking week.
Before I show you these images, I should probably tell you that some of them are really weird. Just don't take them the wrong way.
You already told me about the four-headed human, so I think I can handle this.
Alright.
Ah! That's, huh. That's a snurson. That's a snurson! Doesn't look very human to me.
This one is supposed to be one of our ancestors.
Ancestors? Well, it does remind me of some of the dragons I've seen here, but I'm not sure what humans have to do with this.
You remember the myth about our creator turning into a dragon, right?
Yeah.
Now here's an interesting question. What species did that human turn into? There are a number of dragon species nowadays that aren't genetically compatible with each other. Did the human choose one of them? Did they perhaps procreate? Dragon porn? A shared ancestor is one option. It means that the different species split after the human's involvement in our creation. If human DNA was involved in some way, this might explain how our different species came to be.
Me, who knows that human DNA was involved in some way.
Take a far ancestor of ours and apply various amounts of human DNA. The result would be a number of different species, each with a different amount of resemblance to humans.
Interesting.
Now, it has been said that an upright stance, being able to walk on two legs, is a more human trait.
Most humans walk on two legs, so that is true.
In any case, it's one of the things that makes humans unique. As a result, some people believe that certain species share more traits with humans than others. They think it makes them more noble or something. Luckily, this doesn't happen often.
You can walk on two legs as well, right?
Sure. In this theory of shared human DNA, it puts me somewhere in the middle, since I still have wings and horns.
I can see that.
Here, look at this one.
Okay. That's... I wouldn't want to live in the same town as this fellow.
Well, you can't always choose your neighbors, and this won't be any different in my game.
That's right. I was like, wait a minute, isn't this the guy that's making human Animal Crossing? I just remember having a conversation about the, like, humanity with a dragon, and I'm just like, yeah, sure, buddy, okay. Not sure he's a particularly friendly one, though.
Actually, I think this is supposed to be a human female.
Interesting.
There's some that don't think humans are friendly at all, though.
Really? So far, I've only heard positive things about us.
Some interpretations of our myths don't exactly paint you in the best light. There are also people who oppose the idea of human worship and what their involvement has meant for us.
In what way?
They say that human interference was unnatural and that we need to get back to our roots.
And how do they think they can do that?
Apparently, it means refusing to use modern technology and living in caves or the wilderness again.
Like an animal.
Pretty much. Most of us think those people are crazy, though.
As long as they aren't hurting anyone.
They're harmless, really. You probably won't see one of them around here anyway.
This is an interesting style, though. Do you know how these pictures were made?
No, I'm sure that information was provided when I looked them up in the library, but I didn't copy all that.
And you're using these as references?
I make do with what I can get. Maybe now you see why I wanted your help, though.
Alright, what do you need me to do?
Smile for the camera. Just want to make some quick sketches. You can stand over there by the wall.
Do they have to be nude portraits? Nude portraits? Pose... Paint me like one of your French dragons. I walked up to the spot he indicated. When I took my place, I saw that he had laid out a number of pens, paper, and other art supplies on the table. Do you not have a camera? Like, you've got a laptop. Does it not have a fucking webcam? You can just, like, take a picture of me. I can, like, get really close to the camera, so it's got the fisheye effect, so my eyes look cross-eyed. Shout out to Jimmy here. That's right, I didn't see today's Jimmy here.
I'll try to be quick about it.
Do you want me to strike a pose or something?
T-pose should be good to get started.
I get to assert dominance over the dragons? What's that?
Just point your arms sideways so you look like a giant T.
Oh, I get it. Raising my arms to the sides. I wondered how long this would take.
Now try to stay as still as possible.
I'm already regretting this. As I wasn't allowed to move my head, I stared at Lorm sketching my figure. This went on for a few minutes, until suddenly I heard the sound of a door opening. Ah, Ipsum! the murder witness!
Hey, Lorem. Oh, right. Salsa was gonna visit today. Totally forgot about that. You still working with the police?
Yeah.
You don't mind if I take a seat, right? You just want to study salsa. Like you aren't doing that already. Besides, this room is mine. It's as much as yours. I'll just watch and be quiet. Thought you had experiments to run. And they are running. I'd rather not be confined to my tiny room for the next 2 hours, staring at the ceiling, waiting for them to finish. No experiments on salsa. Yeah, I'll just sit here and maybe take a few notes. Sorry, Salsa. This is my roommate and longtime best friend, Ipsum.
Nice to meet you, Ipsum.
His scientific bluntness may be off-putting, so please bear with him.
Speak for yourself. So much for these two being best friends. Lorm returned to his drawing, and the silence only interrupted by the strokes of his pen.
By the way, have you seen my X-Men sphere recently? Didn't you take it with me when we went to the park the other day? Yes, I did. Well, that's the last time I saw it. Must have lost it then. I researched the whole apartment.
I found a weird orb. Yo, y'all wanted my fucking orb.
Did you go into my room? No. Maybe someone found it. I had it registered in my name when I got it, so if anyone found it, it should show up sooner or later.
I remember the sphere that I found in the park. I dug into my pocket to show it to them. Wait a minute, are you talking about...
No moving around!
Quickly, I extended my arms again to make a perfect T-pose. Sorry, I just found something in the park recently that may or may not be your Ixamen sphere.
Where is it?
Probably in one of my pockets. Do not fondle the human while the sketch is being made.
So much for just sitting quietly in the corner and letting me work in peace. We're talking about a very expensive piece of equipment here. Just give it to him, Salsa.
I searched my pockets and looked for the sphere to no avail. Huh. It's not here.
So you don't have to after all? What kind of cruel joke are you playing here?
Still left it in my apartment.
What a shame.
Could fetch it after we're done with this.
It'd be better if you just handed it to the police. After all, we don't even know if it is my sphere you found. Either way, the police should be able to verify it and locate its owner.
Alright. What is an Ixamen sphere, by the way?
It's just a glorified toy for grown-ups, really. I have no idea what you're talking about. An Ixamen sphere is a very sophisticated tool with a countless number of uses.
Like what?
It can levitate and follow you around, take photos. You can even use it as a calculator. Making it a glorified tool for toy for grown-ups. I use it for my experiments.
Well, if they can take photos, I wouldn't need to stand around like this. That is, if we had it here now.
It's a great companion for all situations in life. It's much easier to draw from a live model than from a photo, though.
Easier for you, maybe. Hope this doesn't take much longer because my arms went numb a while ago.
Yeah, I think you can relax for now. I'm nearly done with this one.
A tingling sensation went up my arms as I relaxed. Slowly, I began to regain feeling in them.
Alright, now turn around.
I thought we were done already.
Not unless we want our humans to lack a backside.
Oh. You want... Could you be craving my McNuggies?
You know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean. Isn't it my turn to draw you now?
It's not how it works. I might get a portrait of myself. I can already see it. The light shining from above, caressing my luscious mane, highlighting each lock as they interplay. This is gonna get you a long day.
That depends on how fast you are. I couldn't see what Lorem and Ipsum were doing. After a few seconds of silence, I heard some whispering coming from the couch. What are you talking about?
I didn't want to be rude, but I was just curious about your vestments. He said, I quote, "This would be more interesting if it weren't for those clothes Salsa is wearing."
Oh. 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 The game made the joke. Ah. I see how it is.
just saying it would be hard to study an insect if there was a piece of cloth draped over it. Wearing that much just seems odd to me.
Yeah! You got a genital slit. You can hide that sucker. I don't.
If humans wear clothes like this, it's only appropriate to depict them as such. And my scientific curiosity shall remain unsatisfied. Because Salsa is not here to do that.
Well, actually, I have a pretty big variety of vestments. I could tell you about it.
Sounds good, but not right now. I have to finish this up first.
Alright. So, Ipsum, I've heard a lot about experience in science now, but what do you actually do?
I work in the facility as a minor biologist with a minor in physics. In addition to the office, I also have my own setup here at home. I assure you, it's properly isolated from the rest of our apartment. It even has a fume hood to prevent accidents. But I only use it for the smallest of experiments, usually things unrelated to my job.
Sounds interesting.
Don't get him started or we won't hear the end of it. Maybe I would like to talk about your hobby. Maybe you'd like to talk about your hobby instead, Lorem.
Isn't this already a hobby?
I guess you could say so. I was talking about his other hobby, though.
Oh no, oh no. Human fanfic?
Oh, that. I don't know, it's a little embarrassing to be honest.
Human fanfic, human fanfic, human fanfic, please. There's no need to be embarrassed about your hobbies.
He likes flowers. Once he even made a crown out of daisies. Cutest thing in the world. Don't listen to him. As usual, he only tells half the story.
What's the other half then?
I have an extensive love for botany. The fern he keeps in his room must be the happiest plant alive. I find gardening to be very relaxing, especially when the birds are singing in the morning. It's so nice to go out there with a nice cup of tea and work in the garden of our apartment building.
You know, I think I know a very divorced man who also has a unique interest in humans that you would have quite a few things to talk about with. Especially if, say, you were a pacifist.
Which reminds me, Ipsum here has an extensive tea collection, although I'm not sure if he prefers to hoard tea or gadgets. It's a mystery. I've heard there was going to be a model of the Ixman sphere that can actually make tea. That's going to be a must-buy. Can it also make cups, or are you supposed to sip it out of the sphere itself? Don't be silly.
You two sound just like an old couple.
Couple? Us?
Please?
Not really. We've known each other for a long time, though, if that counts.
I think it does. By the way, Ipsum, you're not from here, right?
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, you look nothing like any other dragon I've seen here so far. I suppose that's true for Lorem as well. You're both pretty small. But you, Ipsum, also have hair. That's certainly new. We literally have Koroharu, who is a furred dragon. The one that's been around for quite a while. The ice cream guy.
It's not as usual as you might think, but you're right. There aren't many of us in these parts.
Imagine being smaller than the rest of the population would come with its own challenges.
It's not that big of a deal. If something is unreachable for me, I can fly. This apartment was actually intended to be a house one dragon of a bigger size for us. That not only makes it fairly cheap, but it's also big enough for both of us.
That's one thing I've been wondering. How do you even sit in one of those chairs? Wouldn't the backrest cause problems with your tails?
I see what you mean. For me, it's never been a problem, because most chairs are bigger than I am.
It's just a question of getting into the right position.
However, this might be different from those of us who mostly walk on four legs, but they usually don't use chairs like these at all. I've seen a few try, though. I suppose they want to imitate humans this way. Even if they can't stand or walk like a human, they can try to sit like one. With varying results. Some I've seen looked really funny trying to fit in chairs they're too big for, or sitting in odd ways that clearly don't work with their anatomy.
I see. Lorem, you asked me about breath weapons last time, but I don't think you ever told me if you had one.
Probably because it isn't worth mentioning. It may only be a very small flame, but it can get very hot.
What about you, Ipsum?
Yes, Ipsum. What about you? My breath weapon is elocution, since words are more powerful than anything else.
I thought it was electrocution for a second, and I was like, oh yeah, lightning breath. I've actually seen dragons with that. Like, they exhale, and instead of, like, breath, it is lightning in a specific direction, which doesn't how lightning works at all, but it's fantasy, so shut up. It's a cool boss fight. My breath weapon is elocution, same as me.
All right, I'm done with this one. You can turn around.
But staring at the wall was so much... Does this mean we're done?
Let's make one more. Maybe something dynamic.
How dynamic are we talking about?
Something that isn't static like the reference models I just did. You can strike a pose. Something that's just you.
Alright. What kind of pose should I go for? A swimwear pose. The first one I saw and the only one I'm willing to entertain. Draw me like one of your...
My what?
Forget what I just said. Yeah!
Sure.
Did you get the groceries when you came home from work?
Yes, just as usual.
You two sure you're not in a relationship?
I certainly am. Actually, Ipsum is deeply in love with his home laboratory.
Oh, really?
I'm not even gonna deny that. When I'm not working at something at the office, I do so here.
What are you currently working on?
Looking into the physics of teleportation.
You're talking about the portal, right?
Well, I don't have permission to even approach the portal, so I have to resort to a theoretical discussion on its mechanics and make do with what I can pull off in my home laboratory.
Maybe I could tell you a few things.
That won't be necessary. I've already read all the available test reports.
Okay.
You're aware that using the portal could be incredibly dangerous?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Then you don't have a complete understanding of what the portal actually does, what it means for our world at large.
Yeah, black holes, it's pseudoscience bullshit. It's actually pulling open a wormhole.
In order for a portal to function, a natural wormhole is required. He is trapped and becomes the portal's entry. The portal manipulates the wormhole's exit. This way, something can be sent to whichever destination is chosen. Now, there's a theory about the purpose of the natural wormholes in the universe. It states that they act as the support pillars of the space-time continuum.
How so?
How should I explain this? I think the video game analogy worked pretty well. In a video game, what happens when you meet the edge of a map?
You hit a wall?
That happens in some games, but in others,
nothing. You reappear on the opposite side?
Right. How does this happen? If our world was a perfect sphere, someone could just keep flying in the same direction, and eventually, they would end up at their starting point again.
Sure.
But this is just a result of physics. In the abstraction of a video game, however, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, flat border.
They don't try to replicate a spherical world, but use a 2D plane instead.
This is getting confusing. Oh my god, this... It's Danganronpa V3 all over again. For those of you that don't know, Danganronpa V3 took like half of a fucking class trial to explain what screen wrap in a video game was. I'm not even joking. Imagine a piece of paper with a world map printed on it.
Imagine a piece of paper with a world map printed on it.
Right.
Well, it shows the entirety of the world. It's just a simple, flat piece of paper rather than a sphere, right?
Sure.
Let us assume that in a game, our world map looks like that. Now, what happens when we approach the edge and walk it over it is that we're teleported to the other side.
Okay.
This doesn't actually make the game world a sphere, but rather a torus.
Oh yeah, the donut. A torus?
You know, like a donut. If that's the comparison you want to make.
Okay. Me. Oh, torus, like a donut. Video game.
Like a donut. Now things are going to get really complicated. Are you familiar with the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics?
Yes. Let's say I'm not. Damn it!
It states that every single time a choice is made by an actor that possesses free will, the universe splits itself off into different branches. This means that for every choice you made, there exists a branch of the universe where you made a different decision.
I see.
Now, we can't communicate with these other branches in any way. You don't know what would happen if you made a different decision just this morning. You could make an educated guess, but the only person who truly knows what would happen is that alternate you who has made that decision and is living its consequences. That is, unless we could communicate with those other branches. However, there's a barrier that prevents us from doing that. This barrier is made up of wormholes.
Oh. The wormhole. Oh. So the assertion here is that there's essentially a bound to the universe, the 3D space. And that bound, that's essentially an entire bubblegum wrapper of wormholes that probably lead to the other side, like the video game example. Very similar to the tourist world model that's used in video games. As we approach the edge of our own world, the barrier causes us to end up on the other side instead. Does this mean we get teleported to the other side like in video games?
Not necessarily. Just be correct to assume that a universe is shaped like a torus.
Wait, what?
It would be just as correct to assume that a universe is shaped like a torus.
Which is it then? Do we get teleported or not?
It depends on how you look at the wormhole's function. Imagine this sheet of paper is the entirety of our world.
He took a sheet of paper from Lorem's stack and showed it to me, marking a spot near the edge with a pen.
And this is where you live. Unfortunately, your workplace is here on the other side.
He drew an axe close to the right edge of the paper.
If the world was flat, this would be very unfortunate. However, if the world was a torus, the left and right edges would be connected. You could take the shorter route by going over the edge. Let's say this is only possible because wormholes connect those two edges together. If you happen to be right at the very edge and look beyond, everything will look perfectly fine for you. Given that these wormholes stay in their place, you can never know that the world is actually flat. You can only travel to the other side because the wormholes connect the edges. You'd think that the world is a torus.
Right.
However, what if the wormholes don't actually bring you to the other side by teleporting you, but instead just bend the paper into the torus shape and hold the edges together? If these wormholes failed or were displaced, the paper would unfold, throwing the world into disarray. That's what the wormholes in the barrier actually do. They are what hold everything together.
So they're really more like glue.
If it wasn't for them, the overall construct would collapse in on itself.
What construct?
The entirety of space-time.
Ah, that construct, you know, the very real one. Theoretical construct, I know.
If these theories are true, that would mean that using a portal damages the barrier. Each time the portal is activated, the wormhole used for teleportation is displaced, leaving behind a small gap where it used to be. Do this too often and the overall system will destabilize eventually.
Implying that there are always a set number of wormholes and that shit can't be generated because literally at the quantum level there are particles and antiparticles that generate spontaneously from the fabric of the universe and collide with each other due to magnetism and disappear entirely. Cancel each other out. Not matter and antimatter, but like quarks and anti-quarks. Stuff that's small enough that it's just doesn't register.
Maybe you shouldn't talk about your theories about how the world's gonna end. It's gonna happen because the portal was used a few times. I just hope humanity is aware of its implications.
Maybe we can collaborate.
I certainly hope so.
The researchers seem to know what they're doing.
I just wish I could be a part of it. With everything that's going on, the future looks incredibly exciting.
What do you think's gonna happen, Ipsum?
Now you get him started. Don't say I didn't warn you. The knowledge contained within your PDAs could propel innovation forward by unseen lengths. Being a lot more experience for you to do. Which would be terribly exciting. Personally, I'm more interested in the social implications.
What do you mean?
I don't expect there to be just a back and forth of ambassadors forever.
Are you talking about colonies?
Well, I bet Lauren would jump at the opportunity to live in the human world.
I'm not sure if that would be a good idea. No, please, send a kobold-shaped friend. I need something to snuggle at night. I'm very lonely.
Why not? Obviously, such an endeavor would need a lot of preparation. We need to learn about their culture and adjust appropriately. I expect we'd send an ambassador over there long before that will happen, though.
You hardly know anything about their world. Everything's still up in the air as far as diplomatic relations go. We have no idea what the situation could be like in just a week. Yes, and it's all so incredibly exciting. Don't get too excited, though, or else you're gonna ruin your drawing. It's almost done, anyway. Here, what do you think? Lorem leaned over, holding the paper to Ipsum. Ipsum looked at the paper closely, his gaze shifting back and forth between me and the paper several times. After a few seconds, he seemed to be finished with his evaluation. As a scientist, my professional opinion is that this part looks a little long. He pointed a sharp claw at the part of the paper Lorem was holding. You sure? Let me see. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have said it. Think you're right. That I am. Lorem reached for his eraser, pursing a few lines from the paper before he switched to his pen again. And it's done. See, what would you ever do without me? I don't think I'd hear as many explosions in the middle of the night. You were happy about it when you forgot to set your alarm that one time. Suddenly, the sound of alarm resonated throughout the room. My experiment's done! And there he goes. Charming fellow, isn't he? He sounds fun. Certainly keeps things interesting around here. And he's a good art critic. I can imagine. Looks like we're done here. Feels good to be able to move again. Can't thank you enough for doing this. You should stop. It's getting really annoying. Oh, I guess you don't want to stay for dinner then? Haven't I given you enough of my time already? No, please. I want to know what dragon food tastes like. Actually, no. They got our food. Just forget it, okay? I should be going now anyway. It's getting late. Sure. Bye. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, sisters. Conflict time. After a night of turbulent dreams, my consciousness returned to the shores of the waking world. Yo, Dragon Fucker Simulator! I mean Angels with Scaly Wings. No, I mean Dragon Fucker Simulator. Unfortunately, we have not gotten to fuck a single dragon. However, the dream is still alive. Today is the day of the big fireworks. Who shall I bring? Who should I bring to the fireworks festival? You're going alone. While I was sure any of those I knew would agree to watch the fireworks with me if I'd asked, I ultimately decided to go alone, not wanting to impose on anyone if they hadn't asked me first. After making some preparations for the day, I set out to experience those fireworks I'd heard so much about. When I left my apartment, I realized just how eerily deserted the rest of the place felt. They really weren't kidding when they said everyone would go watch the fireworks. I imagined there were a couple designated places people gathered for this purpose. I had no doubt they were crowded beyond belief. While I waited for the fireworks to start, I looked at the area around me. With no soul in sight, I realized I hadn't actually spent many nights outside and was reminded of the day I'd arrived here at my apartment in total darkness, with only Remy by my side. Soon, the total stillness was broken with the sound of the first rocket ascending, its explosion painting a circular pattern in the sky. More rockets followed, their quantity and frequency steadily increasing. Fireworks. As the explosions battered my ears, a terrible realization hit me. Considering how public an event this was and how everyone would be watching the fireworks, now would be the best time for Reza to make his move. Not only was the village basically deserted, but the sounds of the fireworks would have also overshadowed any gunshots, giving as much security as he would ever have. As the portal had been repaired by the administrator, Reza would have no trouble making his getaway, and I was the only one who knew. I ran to my apartment and briefly considered calling the police as I grabbed a few things. However, I soon remembered that we're not only already understaffed, but that I might waste precious time if I tried to do so. I arrived at the portal just a few minutes later. I couldn't help but be glad it was still turned off and didn't appear to have been used recently. But it meant Reza was still here, somewhere. I looked around, thinking about where he could be or if it was worth waiting for him here, when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Hesitating, I drew nearer. Oh, that's strawberry jam. I checked Sebastian for any signs of life and found nothing. However, his body was still warm. Reza was here very recently, but he hadn't used the portal just yet. Why? Sebastian's guard post was not just for the portal itself, but also the surrounding area. Since Reza was already here, he'd probably had some unfinished business very close by. The underground building. The administrator had told me all about the prowess of the generators within. It probably hadn't been hard for Reza to guess the same, or to try stealing them from a place he knew would even be even more deserted than the rest of the village was right now. He also didn't have far to go from the portal. All things considered, it was the only option that made sense to me. I could have waited for Reza here, but in the end I decided it would be better to meet him underground. If there was a confrontation, I was sure it would have the advantage in a more crowded space. Even in the darkness, it was easy for me to spot the site where they had unearthed the building's entry. It was in a roped-off area that I had seen from afar before. Looks like a fucking hospital. When I entered the building, I was met by a long, illuminated hallway that was lined with doors on both sides. Since the lights were already on, Reza had to be very close. I wasn't surprised at the building still having electricity, since its generators were also powering the portal. Suddenly, one of the doors opened, and out came Reza carrying a large cardboard box. Tackle him! When he spotted me, he set it on the ground. Set it on the ground? Tackle his ass! Salsa, you're here. You don't know how glad I am to see you. Wanted to talk with you for so long. Even tried to contact you, but I couldn't with someone tailing you for the whole time. But talking can wait. Now that you're here, we got everything. Come on, help me with this and let's get out of here. No. No? What are you talking about? I'm not doing anything until you answer a few questions. You want to talk now? Sure, why not? We probably got a few hours if we wanted to. None of them will disturb us here. We can even get the backup generator as well after we send this one over. When did you realize when we were in the past? How did you know about the comet? I've known for a while. It's one I wanted to talk with you about when we met at the portal. How about you? I only recently found out. Looking back, it just seems so obvious to me now. I'm not sure how exactly you figured out, but there's so many damn clues when you think about it. I mean, how could a supposedly completely different independent civilization speak the same language as us? What was this supposed to be? An alternate reality? No, it was just a different time. When was there ever anything resembling these creatures on Earth? It's not hard to make the jump from dragons to dinosaurs, and some of them look pretty damn identical to dinosaurs you knew about. And then there are also the prehistoric fruits, the plants, and the fact that their technological level is nearly the same as our own past society. We don't even have to think about that abstract. You just needed to look at the sky. The sun, the moon, even the stars are all the same. Constellations change over time, of course, but you know we could account for that stuff. You could have just pointed your PDA at the sky and it would have told you the time period, including the imminent threat of being eradicated. You could even see the meteorite in the sky and how it would change its position day after day. Are you done being condescending? I guess so. You killed those dragons, Reza. What a brilliant deduction, Sherlock. Why did you do it? Do you really need me to spell it out? I thought better of you. After I found out the truth about this place, I knew just waiting for the extinct generators we owed was not an option anymore. It would have taken who knows how long, but I didn't intend to stay a day longer than necessary. You wouldn't believe how hard it was for me to acquire some generators. Some of the dragons didn't go down easily. But who cares if they got back the generators I stole? With just this one, we won't need any of the others. How could you do this? How could I do this? Let me ask you this. What harm is there really in taking their generators when their whole civilization will be gone in a few weeks anyway? The ones I killed just died a little earlier than scheduled. Even if that creep hadn't shown up and interrupted our meeting, we wouldn't have had the time for them to make the generators for us. How about we don't let them all die? They aren't going to be extinct anytime soon. If
that's what you're concerned about. I paid the hatchery another visit before I came back here. With the right persuasion, I think we'll have plenty of reasons to keep at least some of them around. Bodyguards, border patrols, weapons, even as pets or companions as long as we make the necessary changes. See, it's not as bad as you might think.
Okay, but I want sentient dragon friends, not slaves. I'm not gonna just abandon them like that, only for their whole civilization to be wiped out. Get your priorities straight, Salsa. Next, you'd rather starve because you suddenly empathize with a steak. And you're not satisfied by just starving by yourself. No, you gotta let all of us starve because you want to impose your morals on everyone. Since when do you think that you get to have any say in this? You know why you're here. What you're proposing is treason, and you know the consequences. Personally, I don't mind if you want to stay here. You know I don't care about corporal punishment. Just let me through and you can do whatever you wish. I can't do that, Reza. I see how it is. They've told you they need this generator to stop the comet, huh? And now you've become their lackey. Don't tell me you've been drinking up what they've been telling you. You know they have as much of a vested interest in this whole thing as humanity does. That I and you do. Or at least used to. Do you think they wouldn't do the same thing if it was their families on the line instead of ours? Their entire world is on the line here. They live in perfect harmony with their perfect green energy source, and no reason for wars or conflicts, yada yada yada. We had that too, and you know what happened to then? Of course you do. This is such an idiotic trope, you know? Random person meets weird natives, learns their ways, and then ends up saving them. What do you need? What do they need you for, huh? Maybe they're going to be extinct for a reason if they can't even save themselves. You know of our suffering, yet we'll let them have it? I don't care what happens to them, but unlike you, I was at least trying to save humanity. At any cost. We have the solution right here, and you want to get philosophical now? Don't you think we deserve it? They've had it for who knows how long. Now it's time for us. Not like this. Do you think I like it? If there was a different way, I wouldn't have spent the last few weeks doing what you didn't. We don't live in this fairy tale world of yours, where there's a perfect solution to everything. You should know that. Just being here for a few weeks must have messed you up. I think I know why. You got too used to all the comforts they have here. You actually don't care if they all die back home, do you? As long as you can stay here in this perfect little world of yours, you have discarded everything and everyone back home and replaced it with this. Maybe it is because you just don't have a life back home. I can even understand that a little. Of course, it would be nice to just stay where they have everything that we don't, but being here also reminded me of everything I hated about our world as it used to be. The pettiness and the politics. Say about the solar flare what you want, but level the playing field and give people like us a chance to make a difference. For all our efforts, what did we get? A vote that was meaningless in a sea of stupidity and lies. Now everyone has to pull their own weight. We make the rules. You of all people should understand. Of course they wouldn't. They haven't experienced how it is to live like we do now. To see the world burn and everything you know die around you. And because I have, I won't let the same thing happen to them. How many do you think died back home in the 2 weeks you've been here because we don't have power for the hospital, huh? Do you think those victims aren't worth mentioning? Or do you just care about the few dragons I killed? Our city is the last bastion of a civilized society in a world where nothing else is left. Maybe you've forgotten about them, but I haven't. How many of us do you think will still be there in a month? A year? Or are they just a statistic to you? The same could be said for the dragons. What do you want to do? Talk me down from doing this and then what? It's too late anyway. You think they're gonna let us go after what I've done? Fat chance. Whatever you may think, you'll find that our leaders back home agree with my course of action. Why are you telling me this? Because I expect you to join me. Villain monologue, because I expect you to join me. And we can rule the earth together. You call yourself an ambassador? This generator is the only thing we need for our city to survive. How can you even argue about this? The dragons also need that generator, and I'll do what's necessary to stop you if I have to. So that makes you judge, jury, and executioner. What a wonderful set of morals you have there, Salsa. You only need to wait until the comet has passed safely. You think you can stop the comet? And you need this generator to do that? Sure, and if your plan fails, then not only is this world gone, but we also lose any and all hope to save our own. We are so close now. We can't risk anything by waiting for your crazy plan when back home they're dying by the minute. I will not let you. You only want to save your own two-faced hide because you don't want to face the consequences of what you did. Why are you laughing about this? Because it's a joke. Must be. I'm the one with the gun and you thought you could just waltz in here and lecture me. Listening to you was fun and all, but the grown-ups must get back to work now. I mean, what are you gonna do? You can't stop me now, anyway. Actually, I can. I opened the cloak I was wearing to reveal an improvised bomb I had made from a generator. What is this? You showed me how to do it with a little trap you set at the farmhouse. That wasn't intended for you. It doesn't matter. You set it for someone. You set it to kill. Where'd you even get a generator? After the police reclaimed the generators you stole, it was easy for me to take one when I was alone in the department. Just in case. Ah, good old unreliable narrator. Thank you so much. I set the bomb on the ground between us. With it and me between Reza and the exit. He would have to listen now. So what's the plan? I'll tell you what's gonna happen. You leave the generator and turn yourself in. You know what? I think you're bluffing. If you set off that bomb, not only do we both die, but you destroy the generators as well. And with them, any chance of saving either world. You would never do that. Oh, a real fucking gun pointed at the screen. Holy shit. He pulled out his gun and pointed it at me as he slowly started closing the distance between us. What's it gonna be, Salsa? Killing all of us or just this world? Reza was right. In reality, the bomb provided no real leverage against him. If his goal was truly to save our city back home at any costs, he would not turn himself in. Even if the threat was setting off the bomb was a real one, his best chance would be to at least try to kill me now. I turned around and started running. No! I heard gunshots. Immediately, I felt the most excruciating pain I've ever experienced resonate through my arm. As I kept sprinting as fast as I could, I heard a beeping sound that made me realize I had inadvertently activated the bomb when I was hit. Out of bullets, Reza was not far behind me as we both scrambled toward the exit. Just as I reached out outside, the bomb went off. The explosion battered my ears as a shockwave sent me flying. I collided with the ground and immediately felt a hail of debris. I cowered, waiting for it to die down. After a few seconds, I turned around and looked at the sky where the fireworks still painted the patterns in the stars. With one hand, I reached toward my injured arm, only to find it wet with blood from my bullet wound. My whole body was numb. But I could not give up now. I slowly got up, looking around the area to get some perspective of the situation. Not far from where I was, I saw Reza lying on the ground. He wasn't moving. Ooh. As I got closer, I spotted the gun next to him. I won't let them find this. I took it with me, hiding it in one of my pockets as I started making my way towards the portal with slow and uneasy steps. I was shaking and my vision was blurry. Every inch of movement felt like a new and harder chore than the last. Eventually, my legs gave in and I collapsed to the ground. I resigned to my fate as I watched the night sky, illuminated by the colorful explosions of the fireworks. Suddenly, it was lifted off the ground, and as I opened my eyes, I saw the masked face of the administrator. I just couldn't let it happen. I had to stop him. I had to try it somehow. The administrator started moving, carrying me. Unfortunately, it seems like the generators were destroyed as well. So this is how it ends, with humanity doomed to fade into history and the dragons facing extinction? All hope is not lost. It never was. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna send you back in time. We'll just try again, and maybe we'll do better next time. By now, we'd arrived at the portal. The administrator gently set me down before moving towards the portal's controls. You'll probably forget most of what happened. The teleportation tends to do that sometimes. especially when someone is transported several times in quick succession. Maybe you'll remember a thing or two. Maybe they'll help you do better next time. Maybe. I'll see you on the other side. I heard the sound of the portal starting to do its work as the numbness and pain suddenly left my body. Things I'd experienced and things I hadn't flashed across my mind. I was teleported. I felt free. Well. That was certainly an ending. But I have a little thing to confess. That was probably the worst ending. Well, the worst ending that I know of. Because I know that there are several endings to this game. Every single one of our dragon companions, I know that there's a good and a bad ending for both of them, as well as the true ending. So the ending is that I get no ending. Yes. There is actually a true ending for this game, but oh, just a picture of the sun. Oh wait, just a loop of the sun. If people express a lot of interest in this game, honestly, this is a little. We might be able to reach another ending tonight if I like booked it. There's going to be a lot of skipping forward because it's going to be a lot of repeated content. But I'm kind of gonna throw it out there. I could hypothetically go for every single ending because I have a spoiler-free guide for this thing. The question is, would that be interesting for you all? It's essentially, at this point, it's setting up the time loop until we get it right. And like I said, there's a good ending and a bad ending for every single character. So there's an ending where, yeah. I remember right, one specific character dies no matter what ending you get. I don't actually think I know. You've seen the neutral ending, Detonation. You experienced just one of the many different endings of Angels with Scaly Wings. In order to see the story's conclusion, you will have to play through the game a number of times. During the next playthrough, you may want to make different choices. You may even find the information you've gained this time to be helpful. Sometimes you might even notice that prior choices have changed the character or aspects of the game's world permanently. At any rate, feel free to employ the game's skip buttons generously, as by default, they will only skip text that you've already seen, making subsequent playthroughs much more palatable. Can you find all the different endings? You also saw your first one, congrats. Yeah. So yeah. There is, in fact, more to this. I don't know. Actually, texts. Skip. I'm gonna say scene messages, yeah. After choices, stop skipping. You can just hit the skip button again. But yeah, we got to see Dragon have an ice cream. That's a nice feature, being able to skip only the stuff you've already seen. I have bad news for you. That's standard visual novel fare. Man, I'm not even sure if I want to continue on another tonight, because I don't want to say I'm exhausted, because like energy wise I'm like hovering around normal. But I do want to note that I've not been getting as much sleep lately. Last night was a different story. I slept in until like 11 p.m. but I've had an otherwise slow day. No, it's there. I just think it's not. Yeah. It's a very good feature. Continue your journey, Salsa. I'm gonna go through one more. It looks like we're gonna skip the prologue. We're gonna go straight to chapter 1. We're probably gonna have fun time with Remy. Oh no, it just lands us straight in our apartment. Okay. I awoke from uneasy dreams, looking at an unfamiliar ceiling. Just for a moment, I wondered where I was before the events of last night all came back to me. After a good stretch, I looked around the room illuminated by the sunlight coming in from the window. Outside in the distance, the portal I had emerged from proudly stood on the peak of a small hill. Getting ready, I noticed something lying on the table. It was the note Remy had left for me in case I needed anything. Along with his own home phone and work number, there were some numbers for delivery of food and other necessities, as well as emergency and even janitorial services. He certainly thought of everything, even though I now had to wonder what a dragon plumber might look like. Yep! So it starts us basically right off at chapter 1. First day, we don't even have to walk back through the portal. We went through that thing injured as fuck. What the hell happened with that, huh? So first of all, settings. My records indicate you've already experienced this section in a satisfactory manner. If you wish, we could skip sections like these, which you've already cleared before. No need to read everything. Yeah. How is this different from using the skip buttons like Control and Tab? Using the skip buttons can be tedious, especially when counting puzzles you solved before or when faced with long dialogue trees. Sometimes it's just easier to jump over a whole section. During relevant sections, I will come in and ask if you don't want to just outright jump ahead. There are times you might still want to choose not to jump ahead like this and use the skip buttons as usual. Both methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. Jumping ahead will often skip minor choices that can be made, especially during character sections with lots of dialogue options. Can include parts that would unlock new achievements. Jumping ahead will never skip important choices that you have to make, such as those that would result in good endings or the choices you make during your investigations. It's up to you whether you want to use it or not, but it might save you some time. Let's do it. Yeah, let's skip ahead. As you wish. Spared the more arduous parts of the investigation. So, let's actually no. If I'm going to do stuff like this, oh come on. By the way, there's a whole wiki. All right. I'm actually gonna do let's do a Dean good ending, because I like a Dean's character, okay? Anyway. No, I don't want to. I love fandom wiki. It's the best. Remember that Dean told me? All right. Sad wet dragon, sad wet dragon, sad wet dragon. All right, so we just have to grab the map for Adine. That's her good ending. Hey? You're soaked. Why don't you come in? Just about to ask you if I could stay for a little while. Already experienced the scene as satisfactory. Yeah, skip. Damn. If you want me to come over again, you don't have to order anything to do it. Here's my private number. I'll keep that in mind. Bye. Alright. More free time. Status. Status with everyone is good. Oh, I keep the sphere. Interesting. Let's miter with Lorem. Yeah. Skip. I am a god. Have a good night. Judy. I experience a section as satisfactory as you wish. Ah, the second crime scene. That's right. My earlier encounter with the masked person was the only time today someone was close enough to smuggle something yet. Tatsu Park. Let's actually... visit the grocery store. I don't remember what the thing about the grocery store was, but hey, we're here now. I entered the store, the sound of a bell alerting the staff to my arrival. Seeing the patrons browsing the shelves neatly stocked with all wares of all kinds evoked some feelings of nostalgia and normalcy in me. Must be the store Ray's has been shopping at. Damn, I haven't seen you at all. They like throw characters out there. I think I've seen her before. Sorry, but the prescription has a spot. Fuck. Fucking hell! Fucking hell! Damn. I'm just straight up tired. I don't know how I don't know how I'm this tired, but I certainly am. Alright. Hold on. I'm doing some minor moderating in my Discord. Yeah, there we go. Just making sure nobody's posting, like, stuff in the wrong channels. I can do that now, yay! I'm sorry, but this prescription is expired. You can't fill it like this. You need to tell your parents to visit the doctor so we can write you a new one. She turned around, nearly running to me when she suddenly bolted toward the door. Hello, Salsa. How can I help you? You know who I am? How could I not? Everyone knows about you. How can I help you? Who is that? You mean the girl? That's Vera. She comes here occasionally to pick up her mother's prescription. Alright. Police business. Do you remember Reza coming here? It's only been a few days since he was last here. This will sound a little unusual, but can you tell me what he bought? You're just talking about last time or every time he came here? Both, I suppose. He came here more than once? Bread. I'm just realizing that there is precisely only bread in this store. He's been visiting pretty regularly now that I think about it. Interesting. I can look up his purchases if you like. That would be really helpful. Shouldn't be too hard, just give me a second. I watched him carefully navigate the register's buttons, soon followed by the sound of the attached printer. There you go, receipts from all his purchases. Always easy. Since our government takes care of all his purchases, they're filed separately. It was simple to pull them up. Looks like he bought mostly food and snacks, sometimes magazines. But why was he buying lemons every single time? Can't say that I didn't notice, but I figured it was just a human thing. Strange. In any case, that was more information than I expected. You have my thanks. You're welcome. Shit. I have an extremely cursed thought about this dragon's facial shape. He looks like a croc. Not a crocodile. croc as in, like, the waterproof shoes. So, like, the jawline here up to the snout looks like the, like, side of the shoe. And, like, the nose here, it's the holes that's making me think of it. But it's, like, the hair, or I guess the hat line. It's the part that's definitely looks like the opening that your face slips into. He looks like a fucking Crocs. Alright. I mean, other than looking at the bread, because there's only the bread there. Library. Hey, it's Remy. I already told you it's not here. Won't you help out an old friend? Friend, this is the first time you spoke to me in years. And whose fault is that? For you, I didn't even exist these last few years. At least I tried to reach out to you. No, you're just back here. You're just here because you want something. I'm right here, right now, and you still continue to act like that. She was my friend too, you know. I think you should leave. Damn. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for everything. It was like only that store clerk that I had like stuff, cursed thoughts about the facial shape. I mean, yeah, snouts will occasionally do that, but it was just like, I suppose it was the angle and the fact that they had a hat. Can I help you? Yeah, not the whole time, just long enough to know something's up. It concerns me. I know you and I know Adine. It's really nothing of great importance. Are you aware of a certain prehistoric underground building we recently discovered? I've heard of it. She wanted a blueprint of it, which was one of the things found inside the building during an investigation. Why would you have it? We're not just a library, you know. Oh, yeah. That's right. That's the pieces I'm connecting together. Blueprint is the kind of thing that would be placed in our care eventually. If we did, we wouldn't be something we'd just give out to anyone. Of course. How are you doing? Fine, thank you. Okay, cool. It's like, how are you doing? I'm doing fine. Next dialogue option. Visited quite often since he arrived until a few days ago. Just thought he wanted to learn about our world. Did ask for you for a map. I showed him a few, but none of them seemed to be what I was looking for. Did he talk to you about anything strange while he was here? Besides maps, nothing else worth mentioning. Only the usual pleasantries. Alright, that's it. Skip to the character selection. Yeah. As you wish. You said you had some information for us? What did you find? Payment. Lemons. The receipts you got are interesting. There might be something more to them, or they could just be a useless record of his eating habits. You never know what you might find out about a person, their habits, and their plans this way. Map in the library. I don't know what to think about that. He could have needed a map to plan something, I suppose, but who knows what he really wanted to do with it. He wanted to know the, that this was the prehistoric Earth, yeah. It's the kind of detail that, on its own, might not tell us much, could be crucial later on. Well done. Did well in the second investigation. Find my way back to my apartment. Some free time. Meet with the dean. And why not? There we go. Coming! Yep. This is essentially date number 2, which I've actually done today, so I'm gonna skip a lot more. Melly? And I say date number 2. These are some kind of lame dates. I'm just gonna say. Like, we're sitting at home with a magazine. Talking about tarot. Experience the scene in a satisfactory manner. Yep.
It's kind of a long story, but there's something I need. You know some people at the police station, right?
Yeah.
I think they're in a possession of a map related to an underground building they found.
I've heard about that.
Maybe you can get them to hand it over? Doesn't even have to be a real thing. A copy would be just fine.
What do you even need it for?
Let's just say I'm interested in doing a little investigation of the place myself.
What's so special about it?
I suppose it's supposed to be a remnant. Yeah.
Actual human in front of you is not enough. Yeah. I'll do it. Believing the humans are real isn't the right word when you're standing right in front of me. Yep.
Places to be.
Is there gonna be manganese next time? No. No. Nothing going on today. I guess I can do whatever. Lorem. Pose for sexy pics. It's my pleasure. Alright. That's a nursing. That's a nursing. Heard about that one, yeah. It's getting weird. Most humans walk on 2 legs. Most of us think those people are pretty crazy, as long as they're not hurting anyone. I'm already regretting this.
Just want to study salsa.
And they are running. Maybe I've definitely seen this before. We did this like an hour ago. But maybe it's not, like, running because I knew Ipsum's name before, and it filled that info in, and I haven't met Ipsum in this playthrough yet. Nice to meet you, Ipsum. Something interesting happened at work today.
Did I finally figure out it was you who was playing all those pranks?
He'll never catch me.
I was talking with a colleague about the humans here, and I offhandedly mentioned that Salsa was going to come over. I don't like where this is going.
Some hours later, Anna barges in my office and says Salsa's off limits to anyone besides her, as far as tests and experiments are concerned. Oh.
Well, I'm not taking any samples. I could hardly be blamed for just looking at Salsa.
Yes, but that makes me wonder. Salsa, did you agree to visit her and undergo her rigorous testing regimen? Certainly not. Evidently she thinks otherwise. Lorem, have you seen my X-Men sphere recently? Nope. But I have.
This would be more interesting if it wasn't for those clothes Salsa's wearing.
I see how it. Really? Just saying. My scientific curiosity shall remain unsatisfied.
And you'd be in big trouble with Anna. Done with this one. You can turn around.
Does this mean we're done? Let's do the swimwear pose again, yeah. Charming fellow, isn't he?
Yeah. And he's a good art critic.
Woo! Are you okay? I don't know. Damn. Already experienced the yeah, I was wondering when that was gonna show up. Yeah, skip ahead. Visit the police archives. We need to go get Anna's map. Or Adine's map. Talking to you, human. Kind of busy, sorry. Be someone else along soon, I'm sure. Sorry, Katsuharu. When I arrived at the station, I was met by the police archivist, a dragon who introduced herself as Kalinth. You're in luck, Salsa. Bryce compiled all the case files a while ago. Ever since you came to our world, he seems to be a lot more interested in these human mysteries. Wonder if it has something to do with you. Anyway, you can find all the files here. I'll leave the rest to you. Damn, hot dragon lady. Play a prank. Study the blueprint of the underground building near the portal. Damn, it's just generic blueprint in the background. The blueprint of the building caught my attention. Apparently it had been found during their cursory investigation within the building itself. At first glance, nothing about it stood out to me, but the more I studied it, the more the facts revealed themselves. Both of its entrances were freed and accessible by the people in charge. One was through a tunnel in the vicinity of the portal, and the other through a dig that cut through the town's sewer system. Bryce had scrawled a note near the second entry. It simply said, Access V-hatch button counterclockwise. Oh. Furthermore, the data in the corner of the blueprint listed the structure as an independent living and research unit dated to the year 2047. I need to write that down somewhere, actually. Because I found that info in Tatsu Park. Or should I say, I found that access hatch in Tatsu Park. You find it in the first one, in the first investigation, if you go there. And I had no idea what to fucking do with it the first time around because I didn't have this info, and now I do. And now I can't find a fucking pen to write it down with, holy shit. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Ah! Damn it. Damn it. And well. Most interestingly, I recognized the name of the company that was listed. They're a well-established super company before our world's collapse, known for their advances in scientific fields and otherwise through the use of legal loopholes and gray markets. They were very successful at what they did. Their facilities subverted laws and ethical issues by being in areas where such concerns were non-existent or could be made non-existent by paying off the right individuals. Naturally, the product and application of their research was usually fair game to be used and sold worldwide. They were only one of the companies involved in championing the teleportation technology that was about to take off on a grand scale before the solar flare changed everything. Of course, there were public worries regarding the untested long-term consequences of utilizing black holes and such technology. It was outlawed in certain countries due to these concerns, but lobbies in the private sector drove many of them to accept the tech in light of the boundless advantages offered. They were also big in medical, security, and weaponry fields. Their vast knowledge and close cooperation of their individual departments enabled them to make many breakthroughs. It seemed like they could do anything they set out to do. The nano machines that came commonplace before the fall were, of course, also their product. No one was surprised that the tech failed under the radiation of the ion storm. Had the company behind it been more concerned about safety rather than profits, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost. Even though they weren't perfect, nanomachines had still increased the quality of life for many people. It was a new way of treating medical conditions, some of which had been previously untreatable. They were also widely used for their performance-enhancing properties for both day-to-day activities and to assist with dangerous jobs. Beyond that, the company had even branched into genetic engineering. Human hereditary diseases were becoming a thing of the past as they developed techniques to alter human life to its core. Oh yeah, that's ethically dubious to a fucking fault. Holy shit. Ultimately, they had a hand in influencing every area of global life on a global scale. It was unknown who was truly calling the shots, as their network of companies and names was vast. It was only one of their many ways to ensure their continued existence and avoid liability. Where they had been outlawed or their operations shut down, new companies with suspiciously similar products appeared practically overnight. No matter how big their empire was and how well they skirted the lines, they ultimately collapsed just like the rest of the world. That being said, how does this building make its way into the dragon's world? We know. It's the, it's the fact that it's not the dragon's world, it's the human's world. Okay. I'm very concerned about losing the information of the code button counterclockwise. Hold on. Oh shit. Yes. Oh. Not one, but 2 pens from my desk. From behind my desk. Okay. Where's the nearest sticky note? I don't actually have a set of sticky notes on my desk. Let's fix that, because I could have sworn that I had like 5 in here. Oh yeah, they're there. Button counterclockwise. Oh, come on. Yep, I'm getting rid of you, pen. I'm glad I grabbed 2. Button, see clockwa. As I pondered this, a dean's request came to mind. I used Bryce's machine to make a copy of the map for her. Bryce probably won't approve of me giving evidence to civilians, but I was sure he would never even realize it. You acquired a map, da-da-da-da! Read the structural damage report of the underground building near the portal. According to the report, the investigation of the building was halted due to the acute danger of its collapse and the damage that the surrounding water could cause. Since the building had unknown historical and technological value, there was a plan in place to drain water pockets. Legal permissions had not yet gone through, however, and it would take some time for the equipment to arrive. For now, the building was stable as long as it remained undisturbed, but for obvious reasons, no one was allowed to enter. There were patrols guarding it day and night. Look at the time! A small piece of paper had been slipped under my door. Don't go to the portal. Blunt and quickly scrawled. Stay inside and call the police. Ultimately, I trust the mysterious message. Remy's list of phone numbers given to me when he brought me... Yep. Gravity of the situation was understood and I was advised to stay inside until further notice. A team was dispatched to deal with the situation while I waited. From my window, I tried to catch a glimpse of what was going on at the portal, but I couldn't see much. The dark night was fast approaching. Informed the team of search perimeter, though no trace of Razor was found. I was given the go-ahead to continue with my investigation, but I was free to stay where I was if I felt unsafe. Let's go to the store. Bread store. It's her again. If you've mixed up the prescriptions again, then I can't help you. You can't refill this one. We're just about to close, so you have to bring the right one tomorrow. Sheesh! Just give her the meds. Her mom needs them, please. The world's gonna end in like 20 days. You're good. She's supposed to close out here, so make it quick. I'm here on behalf of the police and was hoping you could answer a few questions. I don't mind as long as you make it quick. I have to leave for my other job soon. Var, what are you still doing here? I already told you. You have to come back tomorrow. Have Lolly on the house. Guess she doesn't want it. Not sure what's up with her lately. Isn't the first time that's happened. One time the doctor forgets to issue a new prescription, another time she brings me an expired one instead of the new one. Exactly, Bryce, but this is unusual even for her. Character moment or police investigation? Cause that like follow Vera? That's definitely she's bright. She's trying to pull off a bluff check and it's very much not working because this guy's like too smart for the bluff check. As I said, this is about an ongoing police investigation. Reported seeing something yesterday evening and any information you have could help. Tell me exactly what happened. After I came back from my second job, so around 2 or 3 in the morning.
It's dark and I couldn't make out much, but the police requested that anything unusual be reported. What did you see? Human-like figure walking away from the production facility. Seemed to be in a hurry, too.
You sure this was a human?
Unmistakably so. Couldn't make out any details, though. Honestly, if you were the figure, I wouldn't have been able to tell the difference.
What'd you do when you saw it?
Nothing. I was on my way home, and it was a little unusual, but I wouldn't have bothered to mention it under normal circumstances. I only did because of the police request for your witnesses.
Do you know what direction the person went?
Easier to draw a sketch for you.
That'd be great. Thick felt tip pen.
Is the instant for
Shit. I think I'm gonna call it quits when I get to an ending because I've been talking for 3 hours and it's not going well.
Is the ancient entry of the facility? This is where they went.
Away from the main district?
I guess so.
I'll be all. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
Do I have everything? Yeah. Not really much. Seems to me you've taken a liking to Bryce's chair.
Good job calling the police when you heard Reza. It's too bad he got away again, but maybe a witness will come forward and we'll find out what happened. Let's take a look what you got for me. What you learned about the map is fascinating, if not a little unsettling. While it's good to have confirmed its origin, and to know that it came from your world is something else. It raises more questions than it answers. How could something like a whole building end up in our world? It's a mystery that needs to be answered. Statement from the store clerk is interesting. We've had a few reports of Reza since he went into hiding, so this is very helpful. And the confirmation of his involvement in this whole matter. You did great today. The police department is glad to have you on our side.
You did well in all investigations. Flawless run. I do what I can. A free day. Let's meet with the dean. Why can't I meet with Lore or Ipsum? Oh no! Status bad? How did I mess it up? Here we are again to smooch a dragon gal.
Just a minute! Hope I didn't forget anything.
You said something about going to the beach.
Yeah. You know, I'm glad they decided not to send you away after all. Guess you got their entry confirmation for the stunt flying competition.
Did Remy? Is it me?
Don't be silly. Got it right here in black and white. We are happy to confirm your entry into the annual stunt flying competition. Please have your competitor number ready and show up at the organizer's booth at the summer festival by... Well, who cares about the rest? I'm in!
That's great.
Yeah, but the festival's pretty soon. I have to make the most of the time until then to get my skills up to par.
Thought you already had years of experience.
Yeah, but now I have to practice the best routine I could possibly come up with. Not to mention making sure I can execute it flawlessly when the time comes. Practicing in general is very different from practicing for an event like this one.
I see.
Ready to see some stunt flying?
Sure.
Let's go then. Oh!
Okay. But this looks exactly like Danganronpa 2 Beach. Cursed? Probably cursed. This is where you usually practice?
I practice just about anywhere, but today's a nice day for a beach visit. Water and sand are also good surfaces to practice complicated maneuvers on, in case you can't make the landing.
Makes sense. Well, don't let me hold you up.
I can't just start practicing right now. Still getting excitement from getting that letter earlier. Besides, I wanted to hang with you while we're here as well.
Sounds good to me. Do you visit the beach often?
Not really. Except for practice, that is. It does make for a nice backdrop while I fly, though.
I see.
Do you ever go to the beach?
No, it's not something that was possible for me the last couple of years, but it certainly used to be something other people would do.
I see. Sunning yourself can be nice sometimes, but I'm not really a fan of going swimming.
There's so much more you can do at the beach, though.
Like what?
You already mentioned sunning. Did you ever get a tan?
What's that?
I guess that's a no then. To be fair, you are completely covered in scales, so I imagine you wouldn't be affected. Tanning is a reaction of the skin when it's... Fuck, this guy turned into like Bill Nye the Science Guy. Tanning is a reaction of the skin when it's exposed to sunlight. If humans stay in the sun for a while, our skin can get darker.
How strange.
And if we're exposed for too long, we can even get what's called a sunburn.
And what's that?
Painful. The skin can take on a reddish tint and can also be painful and cause dizziness.
So you have to be careful not to stay in the sun for too long?
Pretty much, though that isn't necessarily true for all of us. Depending on the skin tone, people can be more or less affected by the radiation.
I see. That sounds kind of complicated. Does that mean we shouldn't stay here for too long?
Won't affect me much, if at all.
I see. Just let me know if I need to do anything.
Will do. You said you don't like swimming all that much. Why is that?
As you can imagine, I prefer the air to the sea, even though we flyers have quite a relationship with the water.
What kind of relationship are we talking about?
We use it to hunt.
So you go fishing, but can't swim all that well.
Pretty much. We can do enough to safely hunt and paddle on the surface, but that's about it. If we actually want to go swimming, it's recommended we wear a life vest.
Is it that bad?
Our wings are made for flying, not for swimming. The movements and musculature are rather different. With some training, we can learn to swim better, but it still wouldn't be very effective.
I see. And besides, who would choose
to learn to swim if we already have the air to ourselves?
Flying is just your thing, I guess.
Pretty much. Yeah, it sounds as if beaches are a pretty important thing for humans.
I wouldn't say important. Rather, it's a unique way for people to spend time. It was often done as a leisure activity or a way to spend holiday vacations.
Sounds pretty important to me. What else did you do at the beach?
I got an idea and started looking for something in the sand on the ground. With a bit of digging, I found a flat, smooth stone and showed it to her. You have any idea what I'm gonna do with this?
Not really.
Stone skipping! Let me show you something. I went to the edge of the water, followed closely by Adine. Now, watch this. I extended my arm with the best technique I could muster before I threw the stone towards the water. Spinning in the air, the stone bounced on the water's surface a few times before it sunk into the sea.
What was that?
Stone skipping. Never heard of it?
No. How'd you do that?
I can show you. I looked around for another suitable stone and soon found one near the edge of the water. Let's start with the stone. Ideally, we want one that has a big surface area, but is as flat as possible.
Got it.
This one's also really smooth, which helps too.
Okay, so we need smooth, flat stones.
Technique is also pretty important. I'm not sure how well this will translate to your anatomy, but I'll just show you how I do it, and then we can figure out what you can do.
Okay.
Hold the stone like this, extend your arm, and curl it like this. But you have to throw it in a way that it stays relatively stable in the air, but spins as fast as you can make it. I do it like this. Through the stone, once again showing her how it subsequently bounced a few times over the water's surface before it sunk into the sea.
I'm not sure if I can do that.
Maybe we can figure something out. Let's look for a stone first.
Okay.
I started looking for another appropriate stone. I saw Adine scratching around at the sand below her feet. She crouched down to pick something up before she returned to me.
What about this one?
That should work. See, you've already got that part down.
Guess so.
Now for the technique. She was holding the stone in the claws at the edge of her wing. I tried to guide her by pulling her wing back like a wooden arm, but it became clear to me that it lacked a lot of the maneuverability an arm would have. For the throw, you'll want to move your wing forward as fast as you can. At the very end of the extension, let go of the stone.
I'll try.
I could see her moving her wing awkwardly. She pushed it forward before releasing the stone, which sunk without bouncing a single time.
That didn't work.
There wasn't really enough spin on it.
Let me try again.
Alright. I waded a few steps into the water to retrieve the stone she'd thrown only moments ago. Here you go.
I'll try something different this time.
Feel free. Instead of using her wing, she took the stone into the dexterous claws on one of her feet as she continued to stand on the other leg. Effortlessly, she pulled her leg back before rapidly moving it forward and releasing the stone. It flew in a bit of an upward arc before it bounced off the water's surface once and subsequently sunk into the ocean's waters. Nice!
Not bad, huh?
I had no idea you could do that with your leg.
Actually, our legs are what we mainly use to grab things. It only gets complicated if I'm supposed to be moving at the same time, like when I'm waiting in the cafe.
Interesting. I suppose for someone who's hunting while flying, that's pretty much a requirement.
It is. Actually, if I'm at home eating chips or something, I usually use my feet as well.
Wish I could do that. Let's go, dragon feet! Sounds kind of funny.
Probably isn't half as funny as you're picturing it. That was a neat trick, though. So, what else can you do at the beach?
Build sandcastles?
Haven't done that in like 2 decades.
I tried to imagine what a dean building a sandcastle would look like. Based on what I knew now, she probably wouldn't be using her wings. Would you believe me if I told you we used to have contests for building sandcastles back home?
Really?
Yeah, people would build huge detailed sculptures that would be taller than both of us, just with sand.
Oh, wow. That sounds hard, though.
You could try it if you like.
I'm not sure I have the patience for that. To me, it seems like a bit of a shame to build big, elaborate sculptures out of something like sand that clearly won't last. I mean, if you're gonna spend so much time on it, why not create something that will stay?
That's actually the point of those contests.
Really?
Yes, people demonstrate their skill in creating these sculptures. And by using something like sand, they prove that it doesn't matter if the sculpture gets destroyed in the end, because they can just do it again if they like.
That's pretty interesting.
Actually, it's not unlike your stunt flying competition.
How so?
Well, during your competition, nothing lasting is created from the performance itself. It's all about the experience and memories. You have to prove that you're skilled enough to do those stunts right at that very moment just for the competition.
That's a good point. I'm in the mood for a snack. Should I get something for you as well?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. You can watch me if you like. Maybe you can learn a thing or two from it.
You want to teach me how to fish?
Sure, since you taught me the... What was it called again?
Stone skipping.
Right. Since you taught me the stone skipping, I can show you how to fish.
Okay.
We actually have 2 very different ways of doing it. There's hunting and angling. Personally, I prefer hunting, though.
I can see why.
Let me demonstrate.
Took a few steps back, then started running towards the edge of the sea. Rapidly flapping her wings, she jumped into the air at the last second, taking off and flying around the area. I could see her staring at the sea intently, circling a few times before descending with towards the water surface, claws extended. When she got close enough, her claws suddenly sunk into the water, only to reappear with a fish in their grasp. Afterwards, she returned and landed near me.
Did you see that?
Yeah, but I think my distinct lack of wings would probably prevent me from doing the same thing.
You don't have to do exactly the same thing. In the end, I'm just grabbing them out of the sea. You could do that.
I'm not so sure about that. But it's a lot easier with your claws. Fish can be pretty slippery.
I guess you have a point. Well, there's still the other method.
Angling.
Angling. See my tail?
She showed me a tail. At its end, there was a fork in it. With its distinct shape, size, and color, it reminded me a lot of a banana. Banana! What about it?
This is the bait.
She sat down near the edge of the water, letting her tail hang down into it.
This can take a while sometimes, but there are techniques which can speed up the process. The right amount of movement attracts different kind of fish. That way we can even choose what we're gonna get.
And that works?
Yeah, not all the time, but often enough.
Interesting.
And there are even groups that exchange tips and such for angling this way.
Suddenly, I saw her whip her tail upwards, which caused a fish to be landed towards the beach, where it landed on the ground with an audible thud.
There you go.
That didn't take too long.
It can be very hit and miss. I just got lucky this time, and it's not even the kind of fish I really wanted.
Guess that's why you prefer hunting.
Yep. And you also don't get the nibble scars on your tail where the fish bite you.
I see.
Though I suppose angling is going to be hard for you without a forked tail like we have.
Actually, we have fishing rods for that where I come from.
What's that?
The principle is very similar. Basically, it's a long stick that we hold over the water. A line connected to it has a bait and hook at the end to catch fish. When the fish bites the hook, we can reel in the line to get the fish to us.
So you're using a tool to do a very similar thing?
Basically, yes. Sometimes we also fish using nets.
Some of us do that as well. Not my kind, but it's usually those who either work for a fishing company or sell seafood on the market.
Imagine someone like you doesn't have to buy their fish on the market, though.
True, but sometimes it's easier to just get them there where I get what I want to, instead of coming all the way here.
I see.
Speaking of which, let me get a few more for later.
Feel free. Once more, Adine took to the sky to hunt for fish. Well, it was interesting to watch her for a bit. She kept hunting for a while, and I started passing the time by collecting some seashells.
That should last me for a while. What are those, seashells? They're for you. For me? What for?
Well, you could decorate your apartment with them or something.
I see. Maybe I should ask you to clarify this, but does this have any particular significance for humans?
Not really, it's just a gift.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Salsa. All that hunting was a good warm-up. I feel about ready to start with the practice now.
She said go for a snack. Are we just gonna eat fucking raw fish? I'll watch from here.
Now that I'll be a part of an official competition, I need a fancy stage name.
Do you have something in mind?
Not really. Have you got any ideas?
My angel with scaly wings.
Why didn't I think of that? Ever since I knew about the contest, I've been thinking of this name. What a crazy coincidence. Mind if I go with that?
Not at all.
Angel it is then.
I feel like I just picked out Adine's stripper name. And Angel! And she's just like clinging to the pole with like one of her claws and like the tip of a wing, and all you can see in the middle is just the fucking webbing. Certainly hope so.
I started with a few easy moves.
The stage is yours, Angel.
Thanks.
Effortlessly, she took to the skies, circling around the area a few times before she started to do a few maneuvers. Banana! A roll followed by a loop, after which she did another roll. Seemed to be less of a practice routine and more of a warm-up to me. Gradually, her maneuvers got more complicated. I saw circles that got smaller and smaller, a brief nosedive, and multiple loops and rolls one after another. Then she landed and returned to me.
What do you think?
It was great.
Haven't even seen the best part yet.
What'd that be?
My very own Adine special, or rather, Angel special. It's a routine I came up with, which I've been practicing for a while. It's pretty difficult, so I'll probably spend the rest of my time until the competition perfecting it as much as possible.
What does it look like?
Starts off with circles near the ground, then as I ascend, the circles get smaller and smaller. Once I reach the highest point, I go into a nosedive through the middle of the circles. At the show, I'll use a smoke trail when doing the circles, so everyone can actually see me going through the circles I made.
That sounds pretty cool.
It's not all of it. While nosediving, I'll do a few rolls, and just before I hit the ground, I'll pull up again. Lastly, I'll end up with a few loops and go to the next maneuver. It all ends up making a neat shape in the sky with the smoke trails.
Sounds like you've got it all figured out.
Now I only have to perfect my execution of it.
Don't let me hold you up.
Alright, here we go.
With determination in her eyes, she took to the skies once more. When she reached a certain height, she slowly descended again until she was close to the water's surface. Then she started making her circles, slowly ascending as the circles gradually got smaller and smaller. Once her circles became as small as possible, she suddenly turned herself around and went into a nosedive. Her speed quickly increased while she moved toward the water. Then she did a roll, and with another, followed by the third. Dangerously close to the water's surface, she suddenly pulled up, but as she did so, one of her feet went below the surface, where it apparently caught onto something, causing her to spin out of control. I saw her feet attempt to regain control. She barely managed to steady herself enough to get back to the beach. She made a rough landing, rolling on the ground a few times after colliding with the sand. Adine, are you alright?
Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen.
It looked pretty impressive until the landing.
My wing hurts.
Let me take a look. Can you move it?
A bit, but it really starts to hurt if I go much farther than this.
At least it doesn't seem to be broken.
Yeah, I guess it's a sprain. Happens all the time.
Really?
Well, not all the time, but it happens.
What about the competition?
The injury is going to put a serious damper on my practice schedule, but I'm not giving up anytime soon.
I guess practice is over for today at the very least. Yeah, let's head back. I should have some bandages in the cabinet over there. I'll get them for you. What now? Would you do me the honors? Of course. Where should I start?
I think it's this joint right here.
Yep.
Definitely.
Okay, let me try to get this right. Oh, that should do it. How does it feel?
Much better. Maybe with this I can even start practicing again in a day or two.
Just be safe.
Of course.
I totally forgot I still have a copy of that map for her. Should I give her the map? Yes! By the way, I have something for you.
Really? What would that be?
Ta-da!
Is that what I think it is?
If you think that it's a map of the underground building, then yes.
Wow. I really didn't expect that. How'd you get it?
Let's just say I had a chance to inspect it alone, and there was no one between me and the copier to stop me.
It's amazing. You know, people could get into big trouble for this, right?
Well, it's yours now. Do with it whatever you want.
I guess I will.
I have to warn you, though.
What about?
You might have heard about the water pockets surrounding the building. Any kind of disturbance could be fatal for any prospective explore. Jesus Christ.
Heard about that. Is it really as bad as they say?
Yes, it is. I'd be careful if I were you, or at least wait until they've taken care of the water pockets, so there's no danger if you decide to pay a visit.
Alright. It'll be a while until I get a chance to visit anyway. All my free time right now will go towards practicing for the competition.
I see.
Well, thanks for the help with the bandage, and sorry about cutting practice short today. Guess you didn't get to see any proper aerobatics after all.
It's no big deal. Your health is more important.
Are you gonna come to the show?
If I can, sure.
Oh, right. You might be busy.
I'll have to see if I can make it. I'd love to be at the show, though.
I'll contact you later with all the details, and we can figure it out from there.
Sounds good.
I'll see you next time, then.
See you. Looks like I have some free time. Wait, really? Nobody else is available? Impressed. Remy and Bryce. You know what? Yeah. Get some rest. Loss. Passion. Intuition. I hate how they always put like gunshots in the background. It's like, hey, we're gonna foreshadow major character death here. Kunk. Got ready for the day. Hey, look, it's stuff that we've done literally today. Show up at every time like clockwork. Clocks are reliable. Already experienced the scene in a satisfactory manner. Skip ahead, but yeah. You have two options here. First is that you stay here and I go inside. This way, if Reza tries to flee and sees you, it might throw him off. You might be able to stop him, or if we get into a standoff, I can tell him you're here as well. And the second? You go in first and I follow you. This way, if we find him, maybe we can resolve things peacefully. You might be able to talk to him. If it doesn't work out, you've got me and Sebastian nearby to stop him. I don't think he's planning to harm you on sight, and if we hear things starting to go wrong, might still be able to surprise him. Either way, we take him by surprise. I just have the option of talking to him first. Think you could pull it off? Maybe, if you're there, you won't act as irrationally as you would if I was suddenly standing in front of him. I'm not gonna force you if you don't want to do it, though. I'll do it. Let's go. Took a deep breath and tried to prepare myself for the possibility. Yeah. Alright. Let's actually take the bloody bandage to the facility today. Hope this is the right place. Oh, hello. Can I help you? Yeah, I'm just dropping this evidence off on behalf of the police. From the Razor case, right? I already read the memo. Well, here you go. Thanks, I'll get right to it. Shit, that's it? Take the eggs to the hatchery, I guess. I was on my way to the hatchery when I heard a voice call out to me. Hello there! Turned to see an unfamiliar face before me. It's a fucking circle dragon. It's a fucking circle dragon. Hey, I'm Kevin. Salsa, nice to meet you. Could I perhaps interest you in our Midwest institution? Is this some kind of religious thing? Not at all, it's a college. Sorry, but I already got my degrees. Yeah, I know, it's just a joke. Oh, so me going to college is a joke now? I'm not good enough, is that it? Not at all. Even if you wanted to study there, I don't think you'd be with us long enough to make use of it. I think that came out wrong. You're lucky I won't take this the wrong way. Phew. So you're a recruiter for this college? He's so fuzzy, I want to pet him. He's so fuzzy, I want to pet him! I want to pet him! No, this is just my summer job. Once the semester starts up again, I'll actually be attending to get my degree in psychology. College, wonderful times. Is that sarcasm? Maybe. I didn't even know you had colleges here, though. Well, you do now. Why'd you even approach me if you know I'm not going to college here? Don't tell me it's just because I'm human. I was actually trying to talk to that old lady who walked by. Once you turned around, there was no going back. Oh, well, thanks for not making things awkward. I treat everyone nicely until I have reason not to. That's good customer service. Sure, but it's not just for the job, you know? That's just me. Invite him to what? Invite him to come take eggs back to the hatchery with me? Why don't you come over to my place later? I'd love to hear more about what college is all about in this world. You found the right person for the job. Oh, okay. So, we're gonna dragon date. Do I get to pet him? Can't promise anything right now, but maybe I'll see you another time. For sure. I also have to finish this up here, but after that I'm free. I'll let you know. I'm here all day today and tomorrow, so it shouldn't be hard to find me. Great. I have to get going now, but I'll be sure to let you know if anything's up. Sure. See ya. We're definitely going to Kevin later. Here we are again. Hey, Salsa! What are you doing here? Yellow dragon jump scare. Oh, I just came by to drop these off. Drop what off? Stolen eggs. I figured the hatchery would want them back. Oh, I was actually going to get those from the police department later. I'm so glad they got back safely. Emily, stop chewing on my leg. It's tasty! Oh well. Anyway, I was about to go inside, so I'll take those off your hands. Thanks for bringing them here. No problem. You return the eggs to the hatchery. Goodwill shit, why not? Thanks for all your help. Now that the facility has received the bandage, maybe we'll discover something new. I'll take care of the remaining tasks so you can take the rest of the day off. I'm sure you have things to do other than helping the police department. Yeah, I have a dragon to pet. Should I cook something or order out? I find my strength leaving me again. Wait, is this all gonna be new dialogue because this is my first loop? My system indicate, yeah, okay. Skip ahead, yeah. As you wish. You use the skip function 10 times! There's an achievement for everything. Seems I got some messages, let's see. Hey, are you coming to see the show? It's gonna happen pretty soon, you know? I trained so much for this you wouldn't believe. Probably harder than I ever trained in my entire life. Really hope you can make it, because I want to show you all I've got. Fuck it. Let's go. Hey, Salsa. Hey, Dean. Ready to go? Sure am. Can't wait to see everything the festival has to offer.
Sorry if it came across that way, but I don't think we'll actually have much time to take part in the festivities.
Really?
Yeah, I'll have to spend most of my time at the competition grounds. We're up there early so I can check in and do my warm-up, and I'll still have to stick around after my performance to wait for the awards ceremony. Well, I guess you don't have to wait with me. You can see the rest of the festival if you wanted to.
That's out of the question. I'm here to spend time with you. The festival is not that important.
Besides, we can always see everything on one of the other festival days.
True.
We can even watch the big fireworks show at the end.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Everyone keeps telling me how important it is for me to see.
It's not that important, but if you have the opportunity, you really should go.
Not sure if I'll be able to attend, but I'd gladly accompany you if I have the chance.
Sure. So, today's agenda is emotional support, and next time we can take in all aspects of the festival. Sound good?
Perfect.
Alright, let's go then.
Took a while for us to arrive at the festival, which had already begun by this point. The last of the booths that lined the way were still being set up, but dragons of all shapes and sizes were already pouring in. Instead of walking directly through the festival, we stayed outside the established paths, heading toward the stage where the competition was going to be held. Eventually, we arrived at a large, open-air area near the facility that had been roped off. At one corner of the building, a few flyers had already gathered.
Maybe you should wait here while I get my number.
Why?
People might get the wrong idea if you show up in the registration line. Besides, they certainly stare and start asking all kinds of questions.
I'll just stay here then.
I'll be right back.
After Dean had waddled off to the other flyers, I surveyed my surroundings idly. Beyond the big open air area, seating had been provided, and I could already see a few people waiting for the competition to start. A few had even gathered on the roof of the building to watch from there.
I'm back.
Is that your number? She held up a piece of cloth with a large number printed on it. A few straps were hanging from it.
What, this? No, of course not. This is Angel's number.
Of course. Sorry for the mistake.
I'm one of the last to start, actually.
Are we late?
No, I guess the others just arrived earlier to have more time to get ready.
What do you think about the other competitors?
I've seen most of them fly before. Some are really, really good. It doesn't seem like there are many newcomers here. So right now, I'm the odd one out.
Maybe you could use that to your advantage. The flying banana.
How so?
Well, you know more about them than they do about you. Having a promising newcomer there that might throw them off the game.
I'm not so sure about that. After all, it's not as if any of our already choreographed performances would change based on what others do now. Each of us just tries to do their best. Most of them are seasoned flyers, so they already know how to deal with that kind of pressure. If anything, I'm the one who might get nervous and mess up. I do have one advantage, though. I'm still pretty young, and this is a sport with a great amount of wear and tear. There comes a certain point in time when you can't just can't perform as well anymore as you used to. Many complicated maneuvers can only be performed by younger athletes. The older ones can make up for it using their experience and with better execution of easier moves. In the end, a daring newcomer like me could surprise the audience and the judges with something new and unexpected, which is exactly what I plan to do.
How good do you think your chances are?
With a bit of luck, I might even be able to win. This is just a local competition after all. But you know what? Just being here right now and performing in front of so many people is a win for me. People will know me, and I'll probably get a mention somewhere in a local paper. I've trained for years, and my application to compete finally got accepted. Now I just have to make the most of it, and I'll be happy. I can still hardly believe that I'm here. This is the moment I've worked so hard for.
And I'll be watching you.
Oh, stop it. You're making me nervous.
Sorry.
Can you help me with this?
She spread out her wing, and only then did I notice that her shoulder joint was tightly bandaged. What's that for?
It's just a training bandage to stabilize my shoulder after that little blunder you witnessed last time. We can't fly with these in the competition, though, so we'll have to take it off.
Okay. I opened the bandage, carefully unwrapping her wing. There you go. Thanks.
Thanks.
She spread both of her wings, beating them a few times. I couldn't help notice that the previously bandaged wing was sagging noticeably compared to its counterpart, as if it were misaligned. She seemed to be examining her shoulder, somewhat lost in thought when I spoke up. Are you sure you want to do this?
Yes, of course. Why wouldn't I?
I can see you're straining without the bandage.
I'm fine, really. Don't worry about it.
If you're fine without the bandage, how come you were wearing it up to just now? Did you need it for practice too? If you couldn't practice without it, maybe you weren't ready to compete without it yet.
Since when are you suddenly an expert on flying? I'm the one who's been doing this for years, not you. This is my dream we're talking about it.
Do you want them to see you in this condition and judge you based on that, rather than when you're at your best?
I just have to try, you know?
What if something goes wrong, though? You don't want to be in that position.
If I start making excuses now, maybe I'll never stop. I'll always be too nervous or too injured or didn't eat right the day before. I feel bad enough as it is. Right now I have the chance to do this, and if I don't take it, maybe I never will. I'll always be just a server and delivery girl making minimum wage. Is this one chance really too much to ask for?
No, but it doesn't have to be right now. There will always be another year. They'll never see you compete before. If you fly now, they'll judge you based on this performance. You only have one chance at making a first impression, and you know it won't be your best if you fly right now. If it's not good enough, maybe they won't invite you again next year. If you fly now, they won't accept any excuses, but if you tell them you're injured, they might let you fly another time.
But I don't want to wait another year. I want to do it now. I trained so much, even with this injury, and you tell me I should just let it go?
I just can't help thinking about last time. If you crash like that again, there's no sand here to cushion your fall. It'd be much worse.
You think I don't know that? That I'm not already worrying about this more than I ever have for anything else? I just don't want to make excuses anymore. I don't want to wonder if I'll ever amount to anything more than a waitress. I want to be able to follow my dream, and I don't want to wait another year to find out.
What about Emily? If something happened to you, how do you think they would explain to her you just suddenly stopped showing up, huh?
Don't you dare bring her into this! She has nothing to do with it.
Like it or not, what you're doing could have consequences, and there are others beside you who will be affected if something goes wrong.
You know what? I will fly, and do the best damn job I've ever done, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
Damn. Look, I don't want to say that the game fucked it up for me, but I had literally no options in that dialogue. Well, I failed to convince her. At least I could say it. I tried my hardest to stop her. I asked myself whether I even wanted to watch the competition at that point. It was possible she'd do better than ever. It was possible she'd do even better than expected, but if my experience was any indication, her performance would not turn out well. In the end, I decided to stay and watch from the sidelines. I didn't want to join the rest of the audience, as I was sure it would get me unwanted attention. After the competition started, I lost myself in thought, thinking over the conversation I had with Adine while watching the other contestants half-heartedly. Adine had been right. Some of them really were very good, but based on what I had seen at her practice session, she did have a shot at winning if everything went well for her. Even though my rational mind doubted that would happen, for her own sake I hoped it would. One by one, the contestants showed off their skills in a variety of moves, usually followed by the applause of the audience. Eventually, it was time for Adine's turn. Next on the stage is number 11, a promising newcomer who will show her skills to the public here for the very first time in her debut performance. Please welcome, Angel! It was a excited bout of clapping. The audience was always curious to see a newcomer on the stage. However, after a few seconds passed, Adine still hadn't emerged. An awkward silence set in as the audience's applause stopped and everyone sat anxiously, waiting for her to show up. She never did. After half a minute or so had passed, the announcer's voice once more echoed across the area. My apologies. It looks like number 11 will not be flying today. Next up is number 12, a certain veteran you may know for a somewhat unusual technique. Before I could even ask myself what had happened, I saw Adine walking out of the building coming towards me. Adine, what did you do?
Let's just go somewhere else.
Okay. We walked away from the festival and sat down under a tree in the outskirts of town. As the competition was already nearly over, the darkness had already set in.
Here should be good.
What made you reconsider?
You were right with everything you said. When I was inside and had a bit of time to cool off, I realized I didn't want to do it like this, even if I have to wait around another year.
How do you feel now?
I knew it was the right thing to do, but I can't help but thinking that it just came so close. I could have done it if it hadn't been for that stupid accident.
You'll have another chance, I promise.
Don't make promises you can't keep. Hey, Salsa. Look at the sky. Can you see that light? The one that looks a little brighter than the others?
I looked up and saw many celestial bodies lighting up the sky. One of them was noticeably brighter than all the other stars. Oh! Don't make promises you can't keep.
Yeah. I usually practice in the evening and stay until it's dark, so I see the stars pretty often. Notice something about that one. It moves.
How does it move? It looks pretty stationary to me.
You don't notice it just by looking at it, but over the last couple of weeks, I noticed that it's changed positions when comparing it to other stars.
It can't be a star then. Stars don't move.
They have an office in one of the cities that watches these kinds of things. I called them about it a while ago.
What did they say?
It's just an asteroid passing by. It's even been on the news a few times.
That makes it sound pretty important.
Yeah, it's a big one apparently. Otherwise we wouldn't even be able to see it without a telescope.
Do they think it's dangerous?
Why would it be?
I don't know. It could hit the moon or something like that.
They assured me that it's not going to happen. They say calculating the paths of celestial bodies is a very complicated science, and not really an exact one. They know it's not going to hit the moon, but they're watching it to make sure it passes safely.
But it won't. Not that just watching it would make a difference.
They don't really know anything anymore. Apparently, they're also really underfunded. The council said it doesn't see the need to waste people's time and money to look into the sky all day.
That's strange, don't you think?
It used to be a pretty important job, but over time, the funding got less and less until only this token office in our biggest city was left.
I see.
It's such a shame, considering the whole institution was based on our creation story.
In what way?
In one of our stories, our creator told us to watch the skies.
How religious are you anyway?
What exactly do you mean?
Well, dragons have these myths about humans. How many of them do you actually believe are true?
Oh, I believe all of it. I just love reading the stories, theories, and all that.
Why is that?
Well, I think there's a lot we can learn from it. Much of our society is based on it, including our laws and traditions.
I see. Can I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
What would you think if I told you that I'm a time traveler from the future?
Don't joke about something like that.
Why not?
'Cause I'd believe you. Besides, if you really were a time traveler, I think you'd come from the past. Like the time when we were created.
Really? Why is that?
Because that's the only time in our history where we know of humans ever being here. If you came from the future...
What?
If you came from the future, that means humans were to show up at some point in our future history. I'm not sure how or why that would happen.
Wouldn't that mean I was your creator?
Well, not necessarily. There could have been other humans around, right?
Your myths only mention one, though.
Yeah, but people speculate, trying to find explanations for those old myths. Maybe there were more humans around and they just died, or their creation rebelled and killed them. Others say they fled across the ocean. We just don't know.
What do you think?
I don't know. I like reading about all the theories and trying to piece the puzzle together myself. That's why I want to visit that underground building we found. Some of the theories are quite out there.
Like what?
For example, one says the humans are really aliens who came from a different planet. They created us for some reason and then just vanished again.
I'm not saying aliens. I'm not saying ancient aliens. But somebody had to stack those rocks together. It was probably humans. Humans. Why would they do that for?
Maybe it's an experiment and they're testing us. Some say they're always watching us up from up there somewhere with a giant mothership, and that maybe one day they'll return when we're ready to join them.
That is pretty out there, I'll say.
Told you so. What about the humanity you came from, though? Why don't you tell me more about your world?
I don't like talking about that. It's much prettier here.
I don't believe you.
It's the truth.
I'll believe it when I see it with my own eyes. I'd love to visit your world.
I don't think it would be a good idea to visit us right now.
Why not?
Do you know what our world's like? Are there any rumors about that?
Not really. There hasn't been much speculation about that yet. Of course, we're curious, though. Next time, we want to send one of our ambassadors into your world. Make it even and all that.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Don't be so negative.
I'm sorry, it's not up to me to determine the best course of action. I'm just a lowly ambassador, after all.
Not quite as lowly as a waitress with nothing more than high aspirations. Maybe it's time for me to go home.
I would walk you, but I guess you'd be faster if you flew.
Nah, I'd rather not without the bandage.
Are you serious? And you were gonna do your performance like that?
I know, I shouldn't have tried. You don't have to bring that up again.
I'm sorry. For what it's worth, I think you made the right decision in the end.
Thank you.
Shall we go then?
Sure.
There we are.
Do you want to come in for a bit? Would be a shame for you to have come all this way for nothing.
Sure. She opened the door, wiping her feet on the doormat before she went inside.
Can I offer you something to drink, maybe?
No thanks, I'm good.
How about some TV?
It could be interesting. Haven't watched TV in ages, and I don't have one in the apartment.
You're right. You've got a pretty decent apartment, but they didn't provide a TV. Wonder why.
Maybe they wanted to avoid culture shock or something like that.
You got a shelf full of books, though. Why would books be fine, but not a TV?
I suppose when they give me books, they know what I'm going to read, but on TV, they can't really regulate the content I'm going to see. At least if TV works the same way as ours used to.
That's true. Maybe they just thought your time would be better spent elsewhere.
Damn! Video game. Like calling it out. They didn't want me to watch TV, they certainly never told me.
Actually, there's a series on right now that could be pretty interesting to you.
Don't tell me it's Ancient Humans! What is it?
Well, I'm not gonna tell you. You want me to put it on or not?
Let's do it. Adine turned on the TV and a brief flicker appeared on the screen before it was filled with the image of a house from the outside. Well, that doesn't look unusual.
Just wait a bit.
Camera cut to the inside of the home while the chattering of small talk could be heard. Then some figures entered the living room on the TV. They were grotesque, malformed creatures with rather cartoony proportions, covered in odd lumps all over their body. They all shared the same odd skin tone. Oh no, don't tell me it's the Michael and the Humans. It was clear to me that these figures were played by actors in obviously fake, bulky costumes that reminded me of mascots. Oh! What are those?
Humans.
Humans.
That's the name of the series. It's a typical sitcom about a contemporary family as we would expect it, but the twist is that everyone's human.
And then I realized why I hadn't been able to identify the creatures on the screen as humans. They were all naked. Since the dragon's concept of clothing was different, they'd applied their own principles when creating this series. It was quite bizarre to see a typical family sitcom while all the characters were in obviously fake costumes and also happened to be naked. Do you like it?
It's one of my favorites. While it is a sitcom, it manages to address serious and deep issues fairly often, which I don't think would be as effective if we weren't watching them through the lens of this alternate reality. This one isn't a bad episode, but it's already nearly over.
Guess there's no point in just watching the ending.
True.
By this point, the credits were already rolling and Adine turned off the TV again.
What do you think?
Let's just say that if a human looking like that suddenly showed up in our world, people would run away screaming.
They don't look that bad.
Sure, it's impressive if you consider what they had to work with, but there's a few things they got wrong.
Like what?
For one, humans mostly wear clothing, and secondly, we don't have tails.
Those are just small details. The series is still good, though.
Is it popular?
For sure. Many people love it.
I see. Hope they aren't too scared of me when they see how different I am, though.
I didn't run away screaming when I first met you, did I?
True.
Now that you're already in here, there's something you can help me with.
Oh? Saying that with a bed in the corner is like, What is it?
Well, it'd be a huge favor to ask. It's kind of embarrassing.
Just say it. The worst I can do is say no.
How should I say this? It's about my shower. I get pretty dirty from practice sometimes, especially from the bad landings. And recently, the detachable shower head broke. That usually wouldn't be much of a problem, but with this injury, I can't quite reach a few places on my own. It's already not ideal having to manage everything with my wings, but now it's even harder.
You want me to scrub your back?
I guess you could put it that way. Told you it was embarrassing.
Hold on, let me look something up here. Hold up. Oh, there's a lot of Adine fan art here. I have to see if it's safe. Kinda looks cool. Kinda looks safe. Delivery. They really see full size. Nobody. I'm trying to see the full, like, image. Because I want to see if they, like, show me what's underneath the tail. You know what? I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk it. It looks like it is actually like the back, and hypothetically speaking, that can always cut. I'm glad to help.
Thanks. This way.
I followed her, entering the rather large bathroom. The shower is huge. I wouldn't mind having one of these.
This isn't just your regular dragon-sized shower. It's made specifically for a flyer like me. We need enough room to stretch our wings.
Just think of the possibilities. She took off her goggles and stepped into the roomy walk-in shower. I got her to strip, guys! I got her to strip naked! After pressing a button on the wall, water started flowing from the shower head mounted in the wall. She moved around a bit, stretching this way and that in order to cover her whole body in the water. Soon afterwards, she pressed the button on the wall again and the water flow stopped. She turned to show me her back, wings splayed. Okay, we're good. We're safe. We're safe. We're good and safe.
The soap and sponge should be right there.
I took a sponge that wasn't unlike the ones I knew from back home and added some soap from a rather large bowl. It seemed to me that each species had their own challenges that needed to be overcome when it came to daily tasks like this one, emphasized by all the different design choices when it came to everyday items.
You can start with the wings and work your way down from there.
Sure thing. Actually, hold on. Okay, we're good. I couldn't help making a joke to ease the tension a bit when I put the sponge on her muzzle. Looks like you've got something here. Oh wait, that's just your stripes.
Stop that!
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Good job. Now I got soap on my nose.
In my nose. I started scrubbing her wings. Now that I could see them up close and fully extended, I found them to be quite impressive.
You know, I actually tried to do that before.
What do you mean?
Washing off those stripes.
Why?
Well, I was just a child back then. You know how kids are. They make fun of everything. Though, I don't know if human children are the same way.
They are, trust me.
Don't press too hard there. That's the injured shoulder.
I'll be careful. Eventually, I reached her lower back, and while I was washing a particular spot on her left side, I could see her leg twitching slightly. Are you ticklish there?
I guess you noticed.
What happens if I do this? I repeated my ministrations, moving the sponge in circles over that particular spot.
Stop that.
She started squirming, and suddenly her tail whacked around and hit me in the face, causing me to stumble and fall over backward. Hey, wait a minute. I'm in the shower with her. Am I naked too? I just thought about that, guys. After getting hit in the face with big thwappy tail.
You okay?
I guess I deserved that.
Well, you tickle your dragon to get the...
Tail, apparently. The forked tip of her tail was still hovering inches in front of my face. Its peculiar shape reminded me of something, and I couldn't help but grab it and hold it like a telephone. Hello? Hello?
What are you doing?
I think your phone isn't working.
Stop being silly.
Alright. I'm nearly done anyway. I resumed my scrubbing. By now, only her tail was left. Not being entirely sure about my technique, I moved the sponge over the tail's whole length in small circles. When I was done, I noticed a low rumble emanating from her, reminding me of what an oversized cat's purr might sound like. Oh my. Are you purring? Suddenly, her expression changed as she looked over her shoulder.
Are you done? You should take a step back if you don't want to get hit by the water.
After I left the shower again, she pressed the button on the wall and the water resumed once more. She only stood under it briefly and moved around a bit until the water had completely washed off the suds. When she turned off the water again, I realized that it didn't cling to her much at all. After she shook herself for a bit, she stepped out again, nearly dry. You didn't even get your front, girl. Holy shit. That's like showering and just getting one side.
Really needed that.
You're welcome.
It's probably getting late for you, and I already held you up this long.
I could just stay the night. Don't worry about it. It's already dark outside.
Guess that took longer than I thought.
I'm not supposed to go outside this late. That's a fucking lie!
We were advised by the police to stay inside after nightfall because of everything that's going on.
Okay, never mind. I forgot how far we were in the story. That's not a fucking lie. For me, this is even more important. We don't know if there's anyone out there who might want to target me.
I suppose you'll just have to spend the night then.
I guess so. Hope you're a cuddler, 'cause I am. Imagine, if you will, literally any other game being like, you and your waifu in the shower, you have to scrub her because she's got a broken arm, and then, oh, it's too late, you've got to spend the night, fade to black, wake up in your own apartment. How dissatisfying would that be if it was just like any other franchise? Like Genshin Impact or fuck, I don't know what else the weebs are into nowadays. Holy shit. They like served me hors d'oeuvres and then they were like, here's your bill, get out of the restaurant. In a way, I'm almost glad that it didn't go any farther because holy shit, Twitch would have fucking banhammered my ass. Another free day. Yay me. Let's pet Kevin. I'm not even joking. Let's just fucking pet Kevin. That must be Kevin. That's Kevin. Hello. Good to see you again. This is where you live, huh? For the time being. It's pretty nice for a small town like this one. Are you not from around here? No, I'm just here for the job until the next semester starts. Basically, I'm trying to drum up interest for the college and see if there's anyone around who'd like to apply for it. How's that working out? Well, I haven't actually met that many candidates out here so far. For a town like this one, it's typical for the young people to go into an apprenticeship to prepare for their future job rather than go to college. But if there's anyone willing, we will find them. Even out here? Yeah, there's always a need for more highly educated people in the cities as they expand. Cities? That's the first I hear of cities in this world. I thought this town was where it's at. And then you've really been missing out. This town isn't really all that special when it comes down to it. I've lived in the city for most of my life. Of course, that's also where the college is. I don't think they build one out here anyway. I'd think of an ambassador as they'd show me. I think as ambassador they'd show me around a bit, but apparently it isn't the case. Your visit is a bit of a political issue right now. The bottom line is that it's also for your protection. Everything surrounding the portal has been a well-kept secret. People know that it exists, and we currently have human visitors. The exact location is only known to those who live here. If it ever got out, I don't think this town could face the ensuing turn of tourists trying to catch a glimpse of you. Travel's been restricted as well. There's strict conditions for people who want to come out here. The only reason I was allowed to is because this isn't the first time I'm doing this job. People here already know me. Heck, I didn't even know this was a town in question until I arrived and heard everyone talking about you. I'm glad they're taking this matter seriously. They certainly are. I'd like to know more about these cities you talked about, though. Well, I can only speak about the one I live in, but what do you want to know? I only really have this town as a point of reference, so why don't you tell me about what's different? Gee, that's only pretty much everything. Out here, living in general seems to be a lot cheaper than it is in the city, and there's much more room for everything. There are green spaces, fields, parks, and farms. You really don't see that in the city. People are more laid back, and there's a bigger sense of community as everyone knows everyone, which can be both good and bad. For example, rumors travel fast and survive well in areas like this one. In the city, you can just make new friends when that happens, but out here, a few well-placed stories can mean social death. In the city, it's also much more crowded. Buildings pretty much line the streets, and there isn't really much room for anything else. With the club and scene and opportunities for socializing, there's no shortage of potential friends. There are also many different jobs and education opportunities that you wouldn't find out here. Like what? Creative jobs of all kinds, for example. Game designers, writers, artists, that kind of stuff. Same goes for teaching positions in those areas as well.
So basically, it's like the human city versus country.
Got it. If I wanted to learn how to write a romance novel, I could find a course for that easy. Out here, this would be a lot more difficult. Know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
In a way, it always feels like you're always busy when you live in the city. Streets are usually filled with people trying to get somewhere. Of course, this is also a side effect of the small apartments, as people tend to go out more often and seek entertainment elsewhere. Which do you prefer? In the end, I suppose I prefer the city. It's not to say that I think one is better than the other. Different strokes for different folks and all that. Yeah, wish I got my strokes on folks last night. You know, out here people will probably laugh at some of the things I do in my free time, but in the city you get enough like-minded people to even get conventions going about all kinds of things.
Oh, don't tell me there's a human con. Don't tell me there's human saunas. What conventions do you go to?
I like all kinds of geeky things. Cartoons, comics, and all that stuff. I've even written a few fanfics before, too, since I really can't really draw all that well.
God! Sam!
Aren't cartoons usually for kids? That's like saying books are usually for kids. Cartoons are just a medium. Of course, there are some that are aimed at kids, but there are cartoons for adults as well.
So, has anybody seen Primal? Because I sure haven't. But pretty much all of the fan art that I see, that dude is fucking that dinosaur. Cartoons for adults, I see.
Not like that. Well, I mean, there are cartoons like that, but that wasn't what I was talking about.
In any case, what else falls under geeky interests for you?
Let's see. I guess you could say I'm kind of a techie. I do like following news about technology and hearing about all new developments in the industry. Must be pretty interested in the portal then. Alright. I didn't even consider that I could actually go there and check it out. If I knew where it was, that is.
I could show you.
If you did that, you'd be the coolest human I've ever met. I suppose you'd be that by default since you're the only human I've ever met, but you get the idea. Let's just go.
I'll be right behind you.
I want to bury my hand in his chest fluff. He just looks petable. There it is in all its glory.
That looks so much cooler than I thought it would be. I'll state your business.
I just wanted to show the portal to my friend here.
Well, friend, you can look, but don't touch anything. And no photos either. Do I look like I have a camera? Well, you could be hiding something in your fur. You gonna give me a pat down?
Oh.
I don't think so. What's that, though? Flyers for a Midwest institution. I could give you one if you're interested in going back to school. No, thank you. I'm quite happy with my current job, which is protecting the portal from any unsavory individuals.
What's up with you, Sebastian?
Just doing my job, Salsa. He could be a spy.
Really?
There's been a lot of interest in the portal from the cities. They made us offers, but for now we're not doing anything until we see how your visit turns out. In the end, it's just a political power struggle. Small towns like us have to protect our interests. And the process reinforces the stereotype of country bumpkins being conspiracy nuts. You know I could arrest you, right? Respect is a two-way street, just saying. Trust is good, but control is better. It's just a matter of perspective. I think I've seen enough here anyway. Let's head back, Salsa.
Sure. You're not gonna leak anything, are you?
Of course not. Now that I think about it, I totally could, though.
Oh, really?
I have some connections and a potential audience.
Now you're starting to sound like Sebastian had a point.
Not really. I just know a few people from writing a column in our college magazine. It got popular enough that it wasn't even featured in the local newspaper for a while.
Interesting. What did you write about?
Nothing special, really. It's just commentary about current events.
Guess you were pretty involved in your local community then.
Not more than anyone else, I think.
What's it like to actually live on campus?
College in general is a pretty unique period of life, I'd say. Something I've noticed is that some people are not prepared for the independence they have when living on campus. You are given a chaotic schedule where you have nothing to do on some days, whereas on others you are kept busy with classes, homework, and other things that you have to do. With study buddies, roommates, and classmates, it's not really hard to make new friends. You also get to meet a lot of people who share similar interests from taking the same classes or being in the same clubs. And don't forget about the dorms. So all those new people are always within reach, which can also be both good and bad. You're tempted to hang out with friends when you really should be studying. For many people, it became the first taste of real freedom and independence. Some just handle it better than others, I suppose. That could be a problem with team projects, for example. There's always someone who ends up never showing up and not doing any part of the work. For me, it's not really a problem since I usually actually enjoy what I'm doing here. I mind the homework and sometimes I read up on subjects in advance so I don't get left behind. I've even corrected professor once or twice during a lecture.
I think that wouldn't be a good idea with certain kinds of professors.
With ours, I was even allowed the privilege of giving a guest lecture from my own class once.
That's the kind of thing I was talking about.
Come on, learning should be fun. Certainly it is for me.
I suppose being able to have that kind of attitude makes it a lot easier.
It certainly does.
Let's see if it keeps up once you have a few more semesters under your non-existent belt.
Don't be so negative. And just for your information, I do have a belt at home. Besides, it's not as if I'm some sort of antisocial hermit who only focuses on his studies. I just know when to say no to my friends.
Really?
Yeah, we usually get together on the weekends to do some cooking together. People can only stand so much frozen food before they get sick of it, and eating out in the city can add up pretty quickly if you're not careful.
I see.
We rotate the cook every week, but apparently people are looking forward to when it's my turn. I've gotten a lot of compliments for my homemade mac and cheese.
Oh! Okay, but you gotta do the roux just right. Like, you start with bacon fat and flour, and then you bring it up slowly. You got a certain amount of cheese. Actually, I lied. You start with bacon fat, you fry onions in that, and then you put the flour in, and then it's the milk and the cheese. And you use that for the sauce for the mac and cheese. Doesn't really matter what pasta you have, but you gotta salt the fuck... Nah, you're making me hungry.
But they all miss it, but they'll get to taste it again once summer vacation is over in a month or so.
In the meantime, you're just out here handing out flyers?
It's good to help our college, and I can also save up a bit in the process. It's certainly easier than trying to juggle a job and homework at the same time later on if things get tight. What were you studying again? Psychology.
I see. Alright, go ahead and analyze me right now.
It doesn't really work like that.
I know, you just passed the test.
Oh, I know what you're getting at. Maybe I'll steal that test from you, though. Might be worth trying it out on a few people I know.
Be my guest. On a more serious note, tell me something about what you're learning.
What, anything?
I just want to get an idea of the subject and whether it's comparable to our own understanding of psychology.
I see. Well, I could tell you about an old and very simplified model of our psyche that we got taught in introductory classes.
Oh, don't tell me there was a dragon Freud. Sounds good.
So this model divides our psychic apparatus into 3 distinct parts called id, ego, and superego.
There was a psychology. There was a dragon Freud.
The id represents our most basic desires and instinctual drives. There's our physical needs and wants like hunger and thirst, as well as desires and impulses,
like smooching dragons.
What's the difference? An impulse is more like wanting to lash out in anger, for example. The id seeks out immediate gratification for these urges.
Like me, wanting to crack open a soda because all of this talking makes me thirsty as fuck.
It is in conflict with the superego, which represents learned behavior like culture and moral rules and societal standards. The kind of stuff we learn from our role models like parents, teachers, or guardians. The superego is the part that forms our conscience and controls our sense of right and wrong. It seeks to uphold those standards to perfection, which most of the time goes against what the id wants at any given moment.
Yeah, like how I have to ask dragons if they want to smooch instead of just taking them by the hips and going to town. Or petting their fluff. Or talking about Adine's backside and how I didn't get to see the full frontal dragon nudity. Sound like you had to learn a lot of this.
If those internalized rules are broken, this misbehavior is punished by the superego with feelings of guilt and shame. This way, we are compelled to behave in accordance with those rules, even if the id tempts us to do otherwise. And in between those 2 conflicting parts of us is the ego, who is trying to mediate. It represents our rational mind that seeks to please the id's drives in a way that doesn't harm us or goes against the superego's goals. However, it also serves another master, the external world. The ego includes all our decision-making and how we respond to external stimuli. Ultimately, it is the one calling the shots while trying to balance the needs of the id, the superego, and the external world. And there you have it, an outdated, simplified model of our psyche. Still serves as a good introduction, though.
Thank you. Actually, I may have heard something about this before. Freud. Why did you go with psychology in particular?
I'm just interested in how people work, I suppose. It's also an incredibly diverse subject, and so are the potential jobs. Just being able to understand people is a huge factor in many fields, and the skills you can learn can come in handy in all areas of life, really. When people hear about psychology, most people usually think of psychologists or psychotherapists, but they can also be counselors for communities and organizations, researchers, or teachers. You also often see them teaming up with other professionals to influence every part of society. Just think about hospitals, courtrooms, prisons, even schools and, heck, universities. They can also become coaches for high-performance jobs where they work with CEOs, athletes, and performers of all kinds. Every institution and every business that works with people can profit from the presence of someone who has studied psychology. That's why I also find this kind of knowledge can be incredibly helpful, even when you are a manager or in sales, because those jobs require empathy and understanding of your clients' needs. Understanding people is just something that can come in handy pretty much wherever you go. That's what psychology is all about. Even in video games, psychology is a factor. Horror games are an obvious example, but also with tutorials or UI design and how people interact with the game, psychology and player expectations are always going to be a factor.
I think I get the idea.
Out here, I think a lot could still be done to improve the image of the field, you know?
What do you mean?
There is a bit of a stigma to admitting that you need help, especially when you're doing fine physically. For them, it's a sign of weakness, so in order to preserve their image, they hide everything away. But locking away those feelings doesn't solve the problem. If anything, it only makes them worse.
Is that something I like to work with?
Me? Honestly, I don't know if I could tackle a big issue like that. It's good for me that psychology is such a diverse field, but I'm not quite sure where I'm going with it yet, or what particular job I'd like to have after I'm done with my studies.
I see. I think you still have plenty of time to figure that out.
Before I came here for my summer job, I was interning at a psychotherapist's office for a month. Got to hear about some very interesting and also tragic cases. Thought I wanted to help people with issues like that, but sometimes it's pretty hard not to be affected too much by those stories, so I'm not sure if that's the right job for me.
But you already like working with people, right?
I don't know. Maybe interning there was a little too close to the sun for me.
If you didn't, why would you be the one to hand out the flyers? Just like you mentioned earlier, psychology comes in handy with sales and similar jobs where you have to interact with people. Handing out flyers is pretty similar to that, don't you think?
I guess.
You seem to be doing well enough with that. You're helping to bring your college and people together, and this way you're helping out both.
And it's been a lot of fun, too. After all, got to meet you and even got a glimpse of the portal.
Who knows, maybe one of those people you handed a flyer will someday turn out to be famous for their work.
Now, I think that's a little too idealistic, but I get your point. Doesn't always have to be about big problems. Little problems need solving, too.
Like what you're eating on the weekend.
Yeah. What about you, though?
What do you mean?
Well, I don't want to pry, but we've been talking about all this time, and you know a lot more about me now than I do about you. Maybe you can't say anything about where you grew up or what you study because it's top secret or whatever, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious.
Well, I don't like talking about myself all that much, because I'm a self-insert character, and I think there are some things that are better left unsaid, because I'm a self-insert character. Sorry, was that a little too loud?
I see.
But if you're curious, I guess it's only fair that I share a few things as well. It's been fun talking about college. I already got my degrees a while ago. It was interesting to go hunting with for jobs with my unusual combination of degrees, but I thought that would open a few doors. Before I got anywhere, our world underwent a few changes that made a lot of jobs obsolete. It's been a rough time since then. Turns out those degrees came in handy after all, because in the end they enabled me to come out here. If I consider all the good and bad that's happened to me since my arrival, it's been a vacation compared to home, and it looks like the vacation might come to an end soon. I don't know what's going to happen after that. I can only hope my visit here will have started something that will mean change for our world, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen. I shouldn't be such a downer, though. Sorry for bringing it up, but maybe that explains why I don't like talking about it. What's your professional opinion on this? In my professional opinion as a flyer distributor, I recommend a generous application of hugs. But that's just me. You look like you need them. And you look fluffy. Come here. Go for it! Took a step forward, and I soon found myself being enveloped in the furry dragon's embrace. With him pulling me close, it felt like a giant furry blanket was all around me as the hairs tickled my exposed skin. After a few seconds, we parted, and he took a step back again. Hope things can be better for you in the future. I don't think I can do anything to help with that, though. I know. You prefer the little problems. It's getting dark. I should probably head out and look for a cave, or else I'll have to sleep in the streets. What are you talking about? It seems like all the hostels are already full. Despite the vetting process for visitors, enough people got in to take all available short-term lodging spots in this town. Really? Despite only a few people knowing about your location, or that of the portal, journalists and tourists are flocking to the towns, hoping to catch a glimpse, at least find a clue about your whereabouts. That only leaves me the option of finding or renting a cave for the night, or sleeping in the streets. Not that I mind sleeping in a cave, but for someone like me, it's usually something for an adventurous weekend rather than a way of life. And rocks don't exactly make the best bedding. Damn, dude, you could sleep here. I got like 2 couches and a love seat. Really? Yeah, there's plenty of room here. It's kind of my fault you couldn't find another place anyway. Guess that means you don't share the officer's suspicions about me being a spy then. Not really. You know, I could totally take this room apart while you're sleeping. You're not helping your case there. Besides, you won't find anything special here. And keep an eye on that copy of Draconic Desire you got on your shelf there. I might be tempted to snatch it when you're not looking. Like I'd mind. If you need something for bedtime reading, feel free to help yourself. Oh, I will. You met with Kevin. Kevin! All right. After a night of turbulent dreams, my consciousness returned to the shores of the waking world. Today's the day of the big fireworks. Who shall I bring? Yeah, let's do it. Let's go. Guess she's here.
You ready?
Ready for what?
The fireworks, silly.
Oh, of course. Let's go. Yeah, fireworks! I'm certainly not thinking about taking a shower. Dragon shower, What the fuck is this scene? What the hell? Like, okay. I'm gonna fucking stop this right here. This looks out of place, actually. Like, the rest of the game has been, like, very specifically 2D art backgrounds. This looks like it was modeled in 3D. Like, straight up. This texture right here, the dirt, it looks like a very, like, weird angled model. And the fence here too. So this entire thing looks like a really weird 3D model. And the grass is fine. The grass is perfectly fine. Little even in tone, but it's fine. The fucking texture here for the dirt is fucking nasty. Holy fuck. Nasty. Nasty. It's nasty. Y'all motherfuckers is nasty. Yeah. No, wait, that's Splatoon. So yeah, this is a little bit funky. I don't know, maybe we're gonna do like a pan instead of like a crossfade. Make use of the actual like 3D space. Who knows? After a few minutes of walking, we arrived at the rather empty-looking area near the edge of town. Here we are. If this is everyone, I'm disappointed. I thought it would be crowded here.
This is actually one of my training spots, and it turns out you can see the fireworks pretty well from here too.
So this is your secret spot then?
I guess you could say so.
Well, now that I know of it, I suppose it's not so secret anymore.
Not if you keep it to yourself. We can make it our secret.
God, I want to smooch you. I don't care if it doesn't taste like bananas. I want to smooch you so bad. If you say so.
Looks like it's starting. Now, take a good look.
We waited quietly as the stillness of the night enveloped us. Soon I heard the sound of the first rocket making its way into the night sky, after which it exploded into a pattern of colors. More rockets followed, their thunderous noise echoing throughout the land. Suddenly, a terrible realization hit me. Yep. Not only was the village basically deserted, but sounds of fireworks. Portal had been repaired. Adine, I think we need to go, now.
Stop joking around, Salsa. You still haven't seen the best part.
I know where Reza is. We need to stop him.
Are you serious?
Yes, I am.
What should we do then?
Maybe you could fly and get us some help. I'll try to buy us some time by confronting him.
Alright, where should I meet you?
Somewhere near the portal. He'll be there. Let's go. I arrived at the portal just a few minutes later. I couldn't help but be glad that it was still turned off and didn't appear to be used recently, but it meant Reza was still here somewhere. I looked around, thinking about where he could be, or if it was worth waiting for him here, when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Corpse! Damn. I checked Sebastian for any signs of life and found nothing. However, his body was still warm. Reza was here very recently, but he hadn't used the portal just yet. Why? Oh, wow. There's a lot of repeat. Like... Do we still have the bomb? I don't think we still have the... I don't think we brought the bomb. What are you gonna do? You can't stop me now, anyway. Pulled out his gun and pointed it at me. Why can't we just talk about this? We just did. What about... Just trying to distract me, aren't you? No, I'm just... Shut up! Oh no. They're probably already on their way. Suddenly, Razor shot me in the leg, causing me to fall over and squirm in pain. Wow. Game be like, hey, what can I say except protagonist gets shot in the leg. I saw Razor running to the box containing the generator. He lifted it up using both of his hands before making his way toward the exit as fast as he could. When Razor got close to the entrance, I saw a flurry of grays zipping past me with a thunderous gallop. I just fall and go fucking... Bye! Bye, Maverick! Looked toward Razor, who turned around, dropped the box, and grabbed his pistol. It was Maverick, who pounced immediately. Razor fell to the ground, and before he could do so much as react, Maverick buried his teeth in Razor's neck and bit down. Razor slumped instantly and didn't move again. Fuck! Did you just do an execution on that asshole? Snapped his neck. He's gonna suffocate and bleed. Oh! Oh! This game gets a reputation as like the dragon fucking simulator, but man, there's a lot of gore. Then a Dean appeared and called out to Maverick. Why did you have to kill him? Because I'm not taking chances anymore. What took you so long? So, sir, you alright? He got me in the leg. Maybe there's a first aid kit in one of these rooms. A Dean went into one of the adjoining rooms, only to reappear with his first aid kit shortly afterwards. Can I do anything else? I'm not sure if I can apply the bandage. Hello. Hey, Underlord! Welcome to, Bad Time Simulator. You could tell me what took you so long? At first, Maverick wanted to storm the place head-on, but then I remembered the map you gave me in the other entrance. We heard you two talking and figured we could surprise him if we went in the other way. Guess I shouldn't be complaining then, because this would have turned out so much worse. Well done, Adine. We probably should be getting you some real help. She turned to Maverick. Come on, what are you waiting for? Maybe he thinks I'm gonna take the generator while you're gone. Guess you really wanted to stop Razor. My apologies. He turned, then they both left. Shortly thereafter, the administrator appeared and came towards me. Izumi, you're kinda late this time too. How ironic that you would remember her name now. Besides, it didn't seem like you really needed me. Good job. Her name? What are you talking about? I'm not Izumi. The person I thought was the administrator took off the mask, only to reveal a strangely familiar face underneath. The person before me had a face that looked exactly like mine. Down to the tiniest detail. It was like looking into a mirror or at a twin. It was me. You understand why I'm wearing the mask now? How's this possible? Time travel? Duh! It's complicated. By now, I guess you already know that this always ends with you traveling back in time when something goes wrong. When I was in your position, Izumi died during her confrontation with Reza, and as all the experience from the different attempts vanished with her, I decided I had to become the person who would oversee the next one. I didn't know just how complicated it would be. Luckily, she left a lot behind to help me, and I executed her plan just as she would. So what do we do now? Well, with the generator still intact, we will have no trouble diverting the comet and saving this world, but I also know that you feel very strongly about executing the mission you were sent here for. Unfortunately, I'm starting to realize now that this won't be possible. What are you talking about? As outlined in Izumi's plan, I deleted the coordinates that would lead back to humanity's portal when I repaired this one, replacing them with the coordinates to travel back in time to the day of your arrival to this world. Unfortunately, this means that our connection to humanity's portal is lost. Are you saying we could have saved humanity if you just didn't remove those coordinates? I'm afraid so. Then why did you do it? I didn't realize it would come to this. I just executed her plan as she would have. And I can understand her reasoning for it, though. It presents an extraordinary risk. Eliminating those coordinates also eliminates the possibility of Reza getting away through the portal and taking the generator we need with him. Why not just tie them to my biometric data like the coordinates we need to travel back in time? That wouldn't be much help, because in scenarios where Reza escapes with the generator, he wouldn't hesitate to kill you to take what he needs to bypass the biometric scan and use the portal anyway. Then the only way to achieve what we want is to not delete those coordinates. Can we really take that risk? You know that if we fail badly enough even once, if the portal gets destroyed or if both the administrator and you die, there won't be any more chances. If you've seen what goes on from the administrator's side during my stay here, I suppose you should be the one to decide, Matt. That still doesn't address the question of what we should do now, though. If we want to make this happen, one of us will have to go back and do this all over again. And what happens to the other? They could stay here and live their life however they wanted. What about Adine? I wish I could stay with her, as she does for the orphans. I wish I could be part of that. Jesus fuck, this is like a advanced level, like, I'm missing some context here. I don't know an Izumi, I barely know Reza, I am apparently also the administrator. What the fuck? I wish I could be done with this already and settle down, but someone has to go back and ensure we can reach the outcome both of us want. No matter if it's you or me, one of us has to do it. Otherwise, all those we know back home, I don't think they need to tell you. Why are you making me think of those who suffer? You'll never forget them, and if you don't do this, it will haunt you. I know. What do you want me to do? Go back in time and do it all over again? That's what I've been trying to do all this time, you know? No compromise. And of course you want me to do it so you can stay here, huh? I'll do it myself if that's what it takes. I just hope that it wouldn't have to be me. Don't we both? If we wanted to settle for an outcome where we just stop the comment and stay here, we could have done so a long time ago. That doesn't mean we're not both not tired of this. Maybe forgetting everything by stepping through the portal would be a boon then. Don't try to make this more palatable for me. How many times have we done this now? I don't know. Let's fucking do the time plot again, I guess. Holy shit. I'm glad that, one, the skip function was able to get me through another playthrough of this. There we go! That's the scene! That's the funny scene! Washing a dragon's back! No, they do not show me what's underneath her tail. She purrs, though. Man. That one brought up way more questions than it did answers. Holy shit. So, I'm bringing this forward to you, the chat. Do we want more angels with scaly wings? Because there's a lot more. I mean, bare minimum. Wait, no, that's the wrong page. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more endings that we could get through. So, yeah. You could do that. Oh? What will you do now? For the time being, I suppose I'll be stuck in this world. Just losing the connection to humanity's portal? How is that even possible? I don't know. Maybe we'll never be able to reestablish contact. No matter what happens, you'll always be welcome here.
If you put your life on the line to save us, and it cost your colleague his life.
Reza was never my colleague.
Then what was he exactly?
You know, maybe it's better if humanity never finds out what happened.
Oh well. Either way, I'm glad you're here now. I think Emily would appreciate it too.
You think so?
I'm sure of it. People from the orphanage should be here any minute now.
I'm a bit nervous, to be honest.
Have you ever babysat before?
Not a dragon, that's for sure.
Don't worry, I'll be here with you the whole time. But you'll have to be very careful, alright?
Of course.
I guess it's time. Are you ready?
I think so. You have seen your first good ending. You've seen a Dean's ending. Decisions. Oh, there's the gun. Damn. There she is. A Dean. And I got to saw Kevin. D-Glass Revision 5.31. Comics? Okay. That is a web page opening up in another tab. But I also think we get to see... a Dean making a sandcastle. And then Kevin... Biker Kevin! At the arcade! Yo! Damn. Yeah. I love this game. I would love to, like, stream it all, but I'm gonna leave it up to you, because I'm getting some second thoughts, because attendance isn't the greatest. You'd rather watch me play different games, and that's fine. I'm fine. I'll probably get all the endings on my own. And also, damn, there's a comic. I gotta read the comic. Dragon dating simulator lore. So yeah, I hope you all enjoyed. I'm definitely making a Dean the thumbnail for the VOD to this one. But who knows? Anyway, if you like what you've seen here today, or even if you're just coming in, hi, I'm Salsa. Follow me on Twitch. I got a Twitter, I got a Discord, I got a YouTube, putting the VOD, horny dragon thumbnail, you know the drill. But, exit the game in the background here. Stick around, because even though it's midnight, I'm gonna be raiding someone. I gotta just find out who. Actually, it looks like there's a lot of people that I could potentially raid here. Give me more options. Yo! Let's go raid Tsunami Orion. Let's go raid my favorite artists. Oh no, the stream is ending. Damn it. He's ending the stream. Who else could I? I mean, Zerafrix is there. I just raided Zerafrix last night. Haven't raided Tensho Luma in a while, I think, so let's go do that. Tensho Luma. Currently playing Risk of Rain 2. Another game that I've enjoyed pretty well. A lot different than a dating simulator. It's a gun game. I don't know what else to say there. I will see you tomorrow for Spoon, and I'm maybe also thinking about doing Spoon Friday, Saturday, because I know the Splatfest starts Friday at 5 p.m. So, who knows? See you soon!